Good afternoon, and welcome to the International Webinar on Sports Management in the Post-COVID-19 Era, a look to the changes in the field jointly organized by IEPS and SMAT. To officially start our session, we will have an opening prayer followed by the singing of the Thailand and Philippine national anthem and webinar etiquette.
Our ever-loving Father, the core of every reason, the source of truth. You who made the earth and the heavens are the ultimate goal of every knowledge seekers, the infinite wisdom, the cause of all that is good. We are truly grateful for this opportunity to gather together as a community despite the challenges we face each day. Yet you remained and gave us strength to carry on the responsibilities of bearing intelligence and using them for better purposes. We now humbly ask you to join us in our endeavor to explore the wonders of life in the world for knowledge's sake, that in whatever we learn today, we become more grounded to you, who is truth, who is love. We pray that you bless our speakers, the fount of your infinite knowledge, that they can share something worthwhile despite the limited time we have. They can channel all they know and share to us the beauty and truth of living as your child. We pray that you guide our participants, the seekers of your boundless knowledge, that they may continue to persevere in the search and be deemed worthy to share what they learn from today's session. Sanctify us, O Lord, not because we are worthy of it, but because we believe in your love and mercy, that at the end of the day, we can take home something that's amazing and meaningful. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
ธงชาติและเพลงชาติไทยเป็นสัญลักษณ์ของความเป็นไทยเราจงร่วมใจยืนตรงเคารพธงชาติด้วยความภาคภูมิใจในเอกราชและความเสียสละของบรรพบุรุษไทย
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay di magdidinig. Lumalang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay
So it is with special excitement that I'm pleased to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Wanchali Nariya, the President of Sport Management Association of Thailand, to our webinar today. Dr. Nariya will officially inaugurate the day's session. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, the presidents of international associations, the physical active education, sport, and distinguished guests. May I introduce myself? My name is Wanchali Noriya. I'm the president of the Sports Association, Sport Management Associations of Thailand, can call SMAT. Today, I'm extremely honored that the International Association of Physical Education and Sport has invited me, the Thai Sport Management Association, to participate and discussion in activity exchange learned about sport management in an era that's the required adaptation of variety of the crisis. Most of term the COVID and the term of the dramatically changed era. The first of all, I would like to express my idea of the topic, the sport management in the post-COVID-19 era. I look to change in the field. Thailand sport situation following the COVID-19. Every country with the COVID-19. In Thai, all sectors encourage more physical activity, sport, and exercise, such as the holding nation sport competition. The last month, made the nation sport at the Seascape Provincial, and hosting professional football match is the Riga Football Professional League in Thailand, and the last one organizing and the marathon, who love running to join this event of Thailand, where the sporting events are still subject to the COVID-19 prevention measure. And then I would like to talk about the sport management. Is on the other hand, has played a significant role in promoting the country sport policy. It's also helped drive my country sport industry in all dimensions. Whether it's the basics sport promotion, like a fundamental of sport, and like a sport for all, like everyone can exercise or to do activities, and elite sport, professional sport. And I think the sport is the one of the tool for increasing Thailand economic value, and it includes both small and large the sport business. As a result, is whether it's the people management, like a human resource management, the events, sport events management, and athlete building management, or sport marketing management and financial management, is most of all is the principle to the fundamental concept can help sport industry success faster. This is the fundamental concept, is the make the work more efficient. I would like to, for example, 5 things that sport management has played increasingly important role in the development in the country sport. The first one, is like initiate 7 nation sport development plan to implement in the 2023, and then promote the sport and exercise through the digital platform. In Thailand, just to do the digital platform for collect personal data, who exercise or have the record the behavior and promote the every province to exercise more than before. Can call the calorie credit challenge is the digital platform collect the personal data. And then the focus promoting the supporting about the soft power. It's like in Thai is like a Muay Thai to make the soft power and make value in the future. And then focusing the promoting the sport industry, create the intellectual property, like a jet ski or like a professional sport in Thailand, just improve intellectual property. The last one, creation the professional sport manager. As the non-profit organizer of the Sport Management Association in Thailand, like a SMAT, focus on being the center expertise of the sport management. And I believe that the Sport Management Associations of Thailand can be one of the organized can help or support sport industry in Thailand to reach to important role that I mentioned that earlier before I said. Let me go through a little bit on our direction for the trend implement for 2 years. I got the president of the Sport Management Association in Thailand, or 3 years or 4 years, something like that. Okay, my committee in the SMAT and I would like to our association to be the center of the sport management knowledge toward a sustainable development of the sport industry. And then by this time also, I set up our 3 missions for move the sport management association to achieve goal, which in 2 or 3 or 4 years, something like that. The first one, from the strategy alliance with the network partner, drive a sport industry toward long-term viability. For example, building network managing in Thai in nation sport, such as the High Education Institute, and make a networking with the government sector and private sector overall in the sport industry in Thailand. And then I would like to include the international network, right? This day, like make a networking with the international networking, right? To join the seminar and conference exchange and learn various dimensions of sport management that are constantly changing. And the second one from our mission, creates add value and explain the body of knowledge in the sport management to the public, nation, and international. And this is an opportunity to build the public relation, like a PR, promote, communicate, or the mission, or the project, or the idea of, or the humans, or the committee to the other people, the outside, know the SMAT. And the last one, aim to dive the connect the body knowledge to personal in the Thai sport industry. It like a promote academic and research service with the goal to increasing the competency of the sport sector personnel. It's important. It's like make a support and give knowledge someone to give the knowledge to develop the sport industry in Thailand also. Everything given better, it is the Thai sport condition or function of the sport management in striding the direction of the country sport movement. This is straight concept or understanding in the sport management. So I believe the sport management is the fundamental for develop the sport policy or sport industry in Thailand. Finally, derived that the Thai Sport Management Association will be able to collaborate with your organization in the future in the academics, exchange, and other domains. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much.
To introduce the purpose and goals of the webinar, may we call on our dynamic and supportive chairman of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Juelson Santos. Good afternoon, sir. To officially welcome
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, participating in this international webinar on sports management. So if you have observed some people, then you will notice that human life is a series of tension and problems. Also, they have a variety of concerns relating in life. Sport is something that makes us free from these troubles, concerns, and tensions. Moreover, they are essential part of life. Who believe in life are able to face the problem. They help in the proper operations of various organs of our body. Furthermore, they refresh our mind and body feel energized. They also make muscle strength and keep them in a good shape. In schools, institutions, colleges, and universities, they may consider sports as an important part of education, part of the curriculum. Also, they organize sports competition in different kinds, which tends to build camaraderie and sportsmanship. In school, they organize an annual sports event, just like intramurals. And on a daily basis, they have a specific period for sports and games. In this period, teachers teach them the ways to play different sports games. These sports and games teach students new things and they have a bond with them. In addition, sports help them develop self-confidence and courage. Also, they become active and swift and successful in life through motivation and eagerness. We all knew the importance of the game in the world. On the upcoming Southeast Asian Games, we will see another spectacle, love for sports into their country, which this competition are held annually with the purpose of competing fairly and having fun. Sports managers are the key people for this event, such as in planning and organization. This webinar tends to give insights, knowledge in regards to what is the current status of sports management in the post-COVID-19 era. The look on the changes on the field. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank Associate Professor Dr. Wanchali Noria, the President of Sports Management Association of Thailand, for giving us the opportunity to partner with them to conduct this very momentous event. With that, thank you so much and have a great day ahead.
to officially welcome our guests, dignitaries, resource speakers, and virtual participants. May we call on our hands-on and dedicated President of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Professor Jesus Argaran. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all, to the participants, our guests, our speakers. Thank you for being here with us again in this international webinar on sports management in the post-COVID-19 era, and look to the changes in the field. Okay. Many thanks to our dynamic chairman, Dr. Gelson and Santos. Of course, to our collaborator, Sports Management Association of Thailand, headed by our none other than President, Dr. Wacheli Noria, and to our International Association of Physical Education Chief Advisor, Dr. Kishore Mupadhayay, IAPS officers, members, organizers, and participants. With this another training to add on to the never-ending learning for us being in the field of physical education. Thank you to all speakers in sharing their knowledge, to all physical educators around the globe. All of us now are excited to learn and hear another topic from this day. Once again, thank you for this opportunity. On behalf of the IPS Incorporated, we welcome you all.
To give an eye-opening and inspirational message, may we call on our supportive, kind-hearted, and dedicated Chief Advisor of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon,
You're
sir.
audible.
Good afternoon.
May I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody from India, and good afternoon those who are participating from different geographical locations. So today, the theme of our international conference is something special and challenging. That is the changing concept of sports management in the post-COVID era. Organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with Sports Management Association of Thailand. So today, we have with us respected Professor Noria, President, and Professor Namikon, Vice President, Sports Management Association of Thailand. Respected Professor Joelson M. Santos, our dynamic chairman of International Association and Sports Incorporated. Respected Professor Jesus Argarin, President, International Association of Physical Education and Sports, our esteemed resource speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. There are many definitions of sports, often contradictory and paradoxical. In particular, it contributes to an indefinite term, sports game, and claims the sports is played. One group of researchers says that sports is a struggle of man with himself, with another man, and natural barriers. That is the force of the nature. Others point out that sports is a social institution imbued with an educational game aimed at a physical and spiritual development of personality. The third concept is the sports as a rational activity. The totality of the achievement is a particular area of social life, and so on. Management in sports organization provide sports development, general planning activities in the field of sports, organizes all relevant resources, processes, functions, exercise a policy of human resource development, organize sports and business functions, provide communications and coordination, decide on the implementation of most appropriate solutions, processes, and control eliminated destructive conflict. A systematic, scientific, structured knowledge of sports management is connected with the growth of professionalization of sports and its rule, determination, service market economy, and the emergence of the management science, first in the profit sector, corporate business, and then it's spreading to the sector of non-profit public and private sectors. The function of management, planning, organization, personnel management, group management, and control are present in the areas of and to verify degree at which levels of sports management are working. Realization of function and social roles require management to continually learn and improve three types of expert skill. First one, the conceptual and logical thinking skills that include power analysis, clarification, and solving the problems. The second one is the interpersonal capacity or ability to detect interpersonal relationships. And the third one, the technical skill related to the special need of specific organizations. In a narrow sense, sports management as an academic discipline covers areas of knowledge management that have emerged over the practice of managing sports organizations. The field of sports management encompasses a wide range of business-related careers involved in sports and recreation. Sports management job might involve balancing a team finances, managing the logistic of the sports event, or working as a liaison between coaches, players, and media. The sporting industry often use sports management and sports administration interchangeably. However, sports administrator focuses more on the management and development of the player, while sports management focuses on the whole sports and team from a business perspective. The world today stands at a crossroad due to COVID-19. The sports industry too is grappling with questions regarding the future of the various sporting events across the world. There is no clarity about when the crisis will be over, but sports will never be the same. While the current crisis has severely impacted the sports community, it can still strive to get back on track. Here are few key trends emerging in this field. Some sports companies have started to transform their games into virtual mode. For instance, MotoGP has begun to broadcast their virtual races on YouTube, where users can see races driving with bikes with game controller. I want to highlight certain areas of sports managerial aspect in the modern context. First one, esports and sports sponsorship. As the esports ecosystem expands, streaming and broadcasting sponsorship, including platforms such as YouTube Gaming, Facebook Gaming, and Mixture, will grow tremendously. New branding and sponsored opportunities will also emerge, especially for brands that originally align with typical gaming behavior, such as energy drinks and fitness centers as well. Other opportunities include one-stop solution for players and teams to reach larger audience across many over-the-top OTT or streaming engaged channels. The next important area is big data and technological dominance. In the last 2 decades, big data has been developed to provide useful information to monitor for and control internal and external factors. For example, wearable devices and video analysis are being used to collect data from players and events to help the team to frame out their appropriate strategies. Then the third one, engaging online content. Today, just creating a sports fantasy platform with a great user experiences is not enough. Audience engagement is critical. In 2019, Yannick Kolarko, founder of FanCode, that is an ad-free sports aggregator platform by Dream11, was quoted as saying, a comprehensive multi-sports content platform that provides in-game analysis and live match score in the need of the hour. Sports content platform will be driving the next wave of growth in the sports consumption. These highlights the importance of having engagement content on the online sports platform. But what kind of content? This is the most important question. A content bucket of an online sports platform may ideally include prediction articles, preview articles, virtual content, and match report. To achieve the highest quality in the sports, it is necessary to create, modify, organize, and continuously to implement an ongoing and final preparation of elite athletes, and along with that, work on the field that most suitable organization forms, methods, content of work in preparation with elite athletes for the highest level of representative sporting achievements. Contemporary arts organization in today's dynamic environment, characterized by frequent changes and numerous competitors, cannot survive without proper application of scientific sports management. So, last but not the least, we have to re-establish the ideal sports ecosystem by imparting appropriate measure through the sports concept of depending upon the modern sports management. So with this, I expect a grand success, and I wish everybody may be gaining an useful insight within themselves in these regards. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everybody.
It is my honor and privilege to introduce our resource speaker. Our first speaker has had a distinguished career in physical education and sports. He is a university lecturer, sports management program, Faculty of Sports Science, Kesharat University, Kamphangshan Campus, President of Flying Disc Association of Thailand, Asian Association for Sport Management, and Vice President on Community Relations. Committee member of Sport Management Association of Thailand. Let us all welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Asadi Kutantara. Good afternoon, sir.
Turn on the microphone first.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Isadi Kudintara from Faculty of Sports Science, Kesharat University, Kamphangshan Campus, Thailand. Today, I'm very honored to be invited as the resource speaker for this webinar. And I would like to share all of you about my perspective and many things related to the experience in Thailand, especially what happened in Thailand and what will be the trends in the near future. And first of all, I would like to introduce myself a little bit. And anyway, thank you everyone for inviting me to join this webinar. Okay. Excuse me, do you want me to scroll or open my PowerPoint or? Okay. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Isadi Kudintara, and I'm the former president of Asian Association for Sport Management. That is the association that's focused on sport management area. We have the scholars from many countries in Asia, and most of us graduate from the US, some from Europe. So we established the association to enrich our research and share our knowledge, especially on the Asian context in sport management. And now I'm also the vice president of the community relations of the AASM, or Asian Association for Sport Management. So I hope in the near future we can have a cooperation with your organization, and maybe I can invite all of you to join our conference in the near future. And by the way, I not only the Asian Association, I'm also the Vice President of the Sport Management Association of Thailand. I have been involved with that for more than 10 years, and try to help my students to get more knowledge, and also try to make Thai people more aware of the sport management academic. And now I think our work is in progress, and I'm very happy that we can have a cooperation with your organizations. And by the way, I also have the practical experience. Personally, I like to try to bridge the gap between the theory and practice. I try to use the theory that we found in our research or any body of knowledge that we teach to the student and try to apply it into the real context. So I used to be the executive committee of the Thailand Fencing Federation. And now I established the Flying Disc Association of Thailand and become the president of the Flying Disc Association of Thailand. And now we try to grow this sport in Thailand by using the knowledge of the sport management that we learn and we research that. Okay, and I think most of the participants come from the Philippines, and I think the flying disc in Philippines is very popular. I think there is a very strong team in Philippines as well. So I think in the near future we can have a cooperation, not only the academic but also the practice as well. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, come to the things that I would like to share you today. We are focusing on the post-COVID-19, and I think right now, in my perspective, I'm not sure this is the right term, because we may be able to live with COVID-19 maybe longer than we thought, and we need to adapt and try to be familiar with that and to see that how much we can do. And I think in the world, I think you can see that the number of the infected people or infected case is growing and keep growing to multi-millions cases. But anyway, we live with them. I'm not sure I can say that we can live with them better or not, because there's still some people dying. Even in Thailand right now, we estimate to have about 100,000 cases per day. And our percentage of the death people on the daily basis is still it's still worrying. I think it's the government still concerned about that and try to keep it lower than 100 cases per day for the death rate. And I think each government, they handle it differently. And especially you can see in USA or in Europe, they handle it different from Asian countries. You can see what happened in China, what happened in Southeast Asia. We still strict the traveling. We still have a multi-days state quarantines. We'll try to limit the travel. And so you can see that different countries, different perspective, and different policies. So you can see that also affect the sport and physical education as well. A few days ago, I traveling within the capital of Thailand, in the downtown of Old Town, Bangkok. Thai people keep wearing the mask, but I can see the tourists from Europe or from the US, they did not wear the mask at all and keep walking throughout the downtown. So I think it's also about the perspective of the perspective of the perceptions of people from each country as well. And that affects how the sport will be carried out during the post-COVID-19 era. And you can see that the government try to control and try to prevent the spreader of the COVID-19, and they have many measures. For example, like the social and physical distance measures, and also they try to limit number of on-site attendance, and that means less game day revenue. For example, for the football clubs, professional football leagues in Thailand, and I think in Philippines as well, for the basketball in indoor arena. So that also affect from the less number of the attendance that you can get into the stadium. And that's mean we reduce the revenue from the game day, like either the ticket or the food or the any other things, the concession or the selling of the merchandise. So once they don't have a live event, or do you limit the number of participants, that decrease the spectacle of the event. And that is the most attractive perspective or the most attractive aspect that people want to join the sporting event or the sport activities. And the government also have the different measures. I'm not sure in Philippines maybe the same, or in other countries in India maybe the same. Between the outdoor arena and indoor arena and outdoor stadiums. In Thailand, we have the different measures. And yesterday we just have the futsal or indoor soccer match. There is a ASEAN futsal championship, and we allow only 1,300 participants in the indoor stadium, in the national indoor stadiums. Normally the capacity is about 10,000, but we allow only 1,300. And everyone need to do the ATK test, do the antigen test kit before entering the indoor arena. So that's make me, or maybe other people as well, that hesitate to go to the stadium because they don't want to get ATK tests, something like that. So that's prohibit participant entering the stadium, and so that's less game day revenues. And the organizer of the event, they have many solutions of that that I will explain to you later on. And you can see the pictures. You can see in the US, even the NBA game, they do not allow many attendance into the indoor arena because it's the closed door, it's the indoor, and it's air conditioned. So in the NBA, they need to limit the capacities. And you can see they also on the left, on the right side of the slide, you can see the futsal ASEAN Championship that hosted yesterday in Thailand. You can see that very few people, very few attendants can attend the stadium, and they also limit the game day revenue. Okay, next slide, please. By the way, in the US, many people can, if you like the American football, you can see in the Super Bowl that Los Angeles Rams, they won the Super Bowl. And if you see when the camera pan to the stand, you can see that this is full house and full crowded. So you can see this is similar to pre-COVID-19 situation. And I think people try to back into normal situation if possible. And you can see the government try to provide the vaccine to all the people And as I said earlier, it's up to the perspective of the people in each country, perspective and perception of people in each country. In the US, I think most people are not afraid of being in the stadium, especially for the open air stadium. That you can see if we look at this picture, this is not different from pre-COVID-19. So you cannot differentiate between pre and post COVID-19. Because people in the US, they think that, okay, once they get vaccinated, they would be okay. And they treat the COVID-19 as like a flu or other things. But the government in other side of the world, especially China, they literally prohibit all the event and they prohibit all the international event in China except the Beijing Winter Olympics that they already like invest a lot of that, and they already make the promise to the IOC that they will host the Winter Games. But besides the Winter Olympics in Beijing, the Beijing government or the Chinese government, they prohibit all the international travelers into their countries and try to keep the infected cases minimum. And you can see that this is different perspective between Western and Eastern perspective. And maybe in Southeast Asian as well, and also South Asian. In India, in ASEAN, we also have that kind of perspective that we think every life matters. Today, almost 100 cases for Thailand that we did daily. For the government, is unacceptable. If the case rise up more than 100 per day, the government, they don't want to be in the hot seat, and especially when the election is coming in. So you can see that the government in Eastern countries, they may be more conservative. Okay. But you can see in the Super Bowl, even they have the very good measure. So everyone need to test, we need to show the vaccine certificates. And yeah, there are some people worry about the super spreader that creating from the Super Bowl as well. But anyway, the Super Bowl end up quite well. And I think the picture that broadcast from all over the world, that become the positive things. And that also signify or be a trigger to other international competitions that you can host the sporting event and you can allow the participant into the stadium as before the COVID-19. Okay, next slide, please. Last year, in the beginning of last year, back in early 2021, after 1 year of lockdown in 2020, and in Thailand, Thailand Badminton Federation, leading by Miss Pathama Lee Swatakul, Thailand IOC member. She also the president of the Badminton Association of Thailand, and she tried to host the badminton event, international event in Thailand, to showcase that the international sport event can be conducted in a bubble environment. And the picture from the broadcasting show the positive things, that the international sporting event can be carried out in the bubble. But anyway, the cost of hosting that bubble event is rose up to 5 times than usual. So you need more, you need a lot of medical staff. You cannot use one van or one bus to move 10 or 20 athletes in the meantime. The Secretary General of the Badminton Association gave the lecture to my classroom, my class, that the cost rose up to 5 times because of these issues. They need to arrange like one van per one athlete. And you can imagine how many vans that you need to rent. And you need a lot of security. You need a lot of medical staff. And also the number of rooms that the athletes or their staff or the staff can join together. But for COVID-19, you need to stay one room, one people. And you need extra staff to deliver everything to their rooms. And you need some medical staff to clean up the practice venue or the venue every hour, something like that. So we quite aware that the cost rose up a lot, but that's last year. That's more than 12 months ago. And I think now, in both in Thailand and maybe in Philippines and also India and many countries in Southeast Asia, I think the cost is lower. For example, for the ATK test kit or the RPT-PCR test kit fee, I think the fee or the price for ATK test is lower. I think at least half of the previous year. I think previous year the ATK test kit, one ATK test kit need to be about almost $10 US, but now it's about $3 to $5 US. So yeah, it's because of the economic of the scale, because the more production of the ATK, so it's less reduce the unit cost. So I think now compared with last year, we reduced the cost of holding the event a little bit. But anyway, it's still higher than usual. For example, in my flying disc tournament at the beginning of this year in Thailand, I host the national championship and also in the national games, and we need to spend about 5,000 Thai baht or maybe 1,500 US dollar to test every athlete, every staff, every participant before entering the tournament or entering the area. And yeah, that's still cost. But anyway, I think we adapt better. And there are new innovation, there are new things, there are new arrangement to reduce the cost and try to compromise the safety and the security of the people. Because anyway, anything is a risk. When you think back about the risk management, if we invest a lot, but that thing might happen or might not happen. If we reduce the preparation or reduce the prevention measures, that thing still might happen or might not happen. But anyway, it's a risk. Okay. Oh, next slide, please. And you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the government measures vary from country to countries. And in China, they're very conservative. Besides the Beijing Winter Games, China didn't host any international event at all. And for some, but on the other part of Asia, in Middle East, For example, in the Middle East, in Central Asia, the country like United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, or even in Central Asia like Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, something like that. They are more open to international competition. And we can witness that from the bidding of hosting the international event, for example, like football club championship that we call AFC Champions League. You can see that the countries from Middle East or from Central Asia, they regularly bid to host the event during the post-COVID-19 because they can handle better on the COVID-19 infection. And also the governments have more relaxed the restriction. For example, like number of days of state quarantine, something like that, comparing with the Eastern Asia or Southeast Asia or South Asia country. So in the Football Association perspective, that they want to host, to be the host of the Asian Champions League, something like that. So they need to negotiate a lot with the government of Thailand, because they said that if we let the other countries host the tournaments, we need to travel to them. And anyway, the people in Thailand or the people in the host city, they will not get anything or get any benefit from tourism or something like that. And Thailand mainly rely on the revenue from the tourism on a yearly basis. So the tourism business in Thailand, including hotel, transportation, food, restaurant, especially in the tourist city, for example, like Phuket or Pattaya or Chiang Mai, many of business, they already die, especially in the island like Koh Samui Island. If you know Koh Samui, it's difficult for them to revive or inaugurate business. Okay, so you can see the government measure, they are different from the number of days of state quarantine. This is the concern of the international federation, because they want the host country to have a more relaxed on the state quarantine, on the measures that allow the host to host the sporting event, including the lockdown restriction, including the sport-related activity permissions, including the bubble policy or the attendance policy, something like that. But anyway, another thing that I already mentioned to all of you is about the social perception on participating sporting activities. When we organize the event, we can be like a spectating event. People still hesitate to going back to the stadium. But from my observation in Thailand, I think the people want to get back to the stadium if there are no like very strict measure. For example, like showing certificates of the vaccine. But if you need to test ATK every time going to the stadium, people still hesitate a little bit. But if just show the number of the vaccine certificates, people feel more relaxed to go back to the stadium. And I can observe from the football leagues in Thailand and also futsal championship that we host yesterday in indoor stadium. There's still people that wants to get back to the stadium. And this is the evidence. This is one evidence that I think even we're gonna have a lot of technology coming in. We have e-sport coming in. We have all virtual event coming in. But the attractiveness of the sport is not the core of that, is from the live event. The spectacle of the event, the environment within the stadium, the noise and the voice of cheering fans. So you can see that there are many things that electronics or new technology cannot provide. Anyway, we're gonna embrace new technology. Day by day, year by year, new technology will coming in on our daily life. But as we are human, people still want to go out and hang out with friends, to see somebody, to meet somebody, to fall in love with someone at the stadium. That's the attractiveness of the sport. And we cannot deny that is the core of our business or our ecosystem. The last point in this slide is about the sponsorship spending on sporting activities. So you can see that there are a lot of sponsors hesitate to invest in the live event or to PR through the sporting event, because this is a simple rationale and simple that we can understand, because no spectators or few spectators, no spectacle. So the sponsor will reduce their spending. Even we have the broadcast throughout the country or throughout the world. And anyway, we can observe that less sponsorship spending during the COVID-19. Okay, next slide, please. In terms of the elite athlete competitions, you can see what happened in the AFC Women Asian Cup 2022 2 months ago in India. This is a Women Asian Cup of football. And we can notice that India was disqualified from the tournament due to less than 13 people, 13 players available. So 11 on the field plus 2 reserve on the sideline. So because they train together, so if one people or few people get COVID-19, so they might get infected. The majority of the players may get infected. And India is the host of the tournament. They play the first game and then they need to be disqualified due to less than 13 players. And that thing happened as well to Thailand football team for women teams. So Thailand suffered loss to Taiwan and Vietnam due to many players test positive on the COVID-19. Even we can still field player on the game, but we need to switch a lot of position. We need to have the defender playing forwards. We need to have some players who play the winger, need to be a center half or something like that, because we don't have the full squad. And the COVID-19 virus, they didn't select, okay, the COVID-19 will get infected only the one forward, one center half, one winger, something like that. No, they might get infected, all defender on something like that. And they need to bring the forward to be the center half or something like that. So you can see that even the full squad, we and Taiwan and Vietnam may be very close game, but with the under strength squad, it's definitely we cannot fight on the field. So that affect how the elite teams prepare players to the tournaments. And now it's the challenging for hosting the event, especially entering the major event as well. Thailand used to have the problems for COVID-19 in the training camp for football last year in the FIFA World Cup qualification. And we need to suspend all the practice session. And finally, we get very bad result from FIFA World Cup qualification. And the coach was sacked. And that affect many things. Also, the Football Association of Thailand, they get attacked by media, other things about how to prepare the team going into the tournaments. I asked my my student, who is the manager of the football clubs of football school teams. They said that if the tournaments coming in, they need to this is a bad thing. Actually, this is a bad thing. They think they're gonna allow their players to get COVID-19 infection. Actually, this is a bad thing. But they think that after they recover, they might get the, for example, like immunity. They're gonna get immune, and they will be safe in order to play in the tournaments. So now people try to find a way to prepare the team into the competitions, even allow the players to get COVID-19 beforehand. Once they recover, they still have enough time. They still have enough squad for practice and prepare and going to the competitions with the full strength. And now maybe become the norm and the practice among the football teams, especially the professional football clubs. But they cannot tell anybody on media. But they need to find a way to live with the COVID-19. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. And this is what happened last month in Thailand. It's a Thailand National Games. Thailand National Games normally is the multi-sport event hosting every 2 years. The last time we hosted is 4 years ago in northern Thailand called Chiang Rai province. And last month, the host isศรีสะเกษ province. Actually, they were scheduled to host it in 2020, but the game keeps postponing for 2 years. And finally, they think they cannot postpone anymore. So they decide to host the game, even we have the number of infected from COVID-19 increased dramatically. Soศรีสะเกษ province, as the local organizer, they encountering a lot of challenges. Even during the regional qualification, normally in Thailand, we have the 5 regions, and we host the regional qualification before entering into the national games inศรีสะเกษ province. So the 5 regional games signify something, because we found that they create cluster or the spreader during the regional qualification games. And also my student as well, my undergrad student, he left my class to participate at the game, and after that, once he returned from the regional games, he get infected by the COVID-19. So that's the clear evidence. And there was the worry as well about the Seascape game might be the cluster and new spreader for the COVID-19. But anyway, the Seascape province and local organizing committee, so they decide to extend their games from original 10 days to 20-day events and try to decrease. So they try to decrease the number of athletes that stay in their province in each period. So for 20-day event, they separate into 3 sessions or 3 periods of 7 days. So they limited the number of athletes participated or joining the games at one time. So once the first group leave, so another group going in. So they try to arrange, try to manage in order to counter or handle with the COVID-19. And this is we call it is the new model of organizing the national games. Normally, the host will limit the number of days to only 10 days. That's the regulation of the Sport Authority of Thailand as well. But anyway, when they spread into 20 days, also the cost is increasing. But anyway, they try to find many ways to reduce the cost. Maybe they try to use similar stadium or something like that. But anyway, in order to extend into 20 days, plus the national para games for another 7 days. So the whole month in Seascape province is about the sport and about the national games. In terms of the economic, it's good because it creates the economic impact for 450 million Thai baht and about 150 million Thai baht for 5 days of national para games. But when I see the staff, the director, the local organizer, the executive of Seascape province, even they are so happy for what they work. They are very proud of what they have done. But I can see that they encounter a lot of challenge, encounter of a lot of hard work, a lot of complaint on the daily basis, especially during the first session. And I am the one who affected by that because I organized the flying disc in the national game in the first period. And the rules of handling COVID-19 is that every people entering Seascape, they need to take the COVID-19 test or antigen test kit prior to leaving from your hometown. You need to test first time. And then once you reach the Seascape province, you need to take ATK tests again. And if the result is positive, you have 2 choices. All the team that come together return to hometown right away. Or you stay at the state quarantine in Seascape for another 10 days. Unfortunately, my Nakhon Pathom, which is the one province that I support for the flying disc tournament, they go with 30 kids, 30 players in one bus. Before leaving Nakhon Pathom province, they all test negative. But once they reach Seascape province, only 1 player test positive. And then all players who are in the bus need to return to Nakhon Pathom immediately. And you see there are a lot of things because we already reserved the hotel, reserved the accommodation. We already rent the bus for 5 days, and they don't want to compromise for reducing because they need to return to Nakhon Pathom right away, and they cannot get another work or another job during that 5 days. So there are a lot of things coming in behind the scene, and the local organizer of theศรีสะเกษ province, they know about this, and they start to learn about what happened during the post COVID-19 and the things that they need to adapt with to cope with the situation that occurred. So what they need to do after they found positive case. And the reason, the bad thing is the bus driver, they don't want to carry one positive athletes within that bus. So that very make me headache because we need to rent one vans to drive fromศรีสะเกษ province, which is about 5 hours away from Nakhon Pathom province, just to carrying one positive player back, and it costs a lot anyway. But that's the lesson for the local organizing committee for theศรีสะเกษ province, that okay, what they need to do next, maybe they group the players that get positive infected together in one van and or in one bus and carrying back to their hometown or something like that. So they need to adapt and learn a lot during the event. And people feel that okay, theศรีสะเกษ province is take care of the athletes very well. Even at the beginning, they encounter a lot of challenges, a lot of uncertainty. But it seems like if we are the local organizer, we need to plan a lot about all scenario that will happen. If test positive, what will you do? If test negative, okay, they can go and play. But if it tests positive, what will you do? What will you do with the rest people that get negative? What will you do with only one player that tests positive? So there are a lot of logistic issues that you need to take care. And that makes the cost of holding event higher. Okay, but anyway, at the end, I think people happy, the athletes overall happy, the Sport Authority of Thailand feeling happy about what happened inศรีสะเกษ games. We can resume the national games after absent for 2 years. And that's the model for hosting the next game in the near future. For example, the youth national games, which will happen in August. And also this can be the model for regional games as well. For example, in Hanoi, that we Vietnam gonna host the Southeast Asian Games in May. Okay, next slide, please. When we handle about the event, so we need to consider both revenue stream and cost structure. And we found that the revenue stream, normally we when you're hosting the event, we normally rely on 3 source of revenues. One is broadcasting right fee. Another one is sponsorship and donation, can be come from private company, private corporation, or maybe from national government or public organization, or you can get the donation from the patronage or people who like your sport. And another source of revenue is the ticket fee. Now they start to have subscription because there are a lot of online media stream that you can subscribe. And also the game day event, the revenue from food, from merchandise and other things. You can see this is the sort of revenues. In each event range from local event until professional sport event, you need to think about like source of revenue. In some situation or local event, you may not get anything from broadcasting, right? You cannot sell anything because it's not popular enough. Nobody gonna buy that. No sponsor gonna provide commercial on your stream, something like that. So you need to find other source of revenue, maybe come from public and private subsidy, public subsidy or private corporation sponsorship, something like that. Or you can gain the revenue from entry fee, ticket fee, subscription, or game day event, something like that. During the COVID-19, some source of revenue may be reduced. For example, like the game day revenues, especially the professional football league in Thailand. Originally, one of the main source is the game day revenue, but because the bubble and the closed game, a closed stadium environment, so they cannot allow the people to participate in the game during the first period. So, but anyway, they keep to run the professional league because they can have the revenue from broadcasting rights. Even one of the main broadcaster that want to buy the broadcasting right, they refuse. This is what happened in the Thailand Football League. So they stop the contract because they don't have the revenue. They don't have the money to invest because the contract already signed before the COVID-19. But once the COVID-19 come in, so they cannot provide a lot of money. So they need to cancel the contract. But anyway, the Football Association of Thailand need to run the event because they rely more on the sponsorship money, which is the deal for many years. And so you can see that when you are the host of any event, you need to consider which source of revenue stream and how can you find another source of revenue stream to compensate the revenue source that disappear. But if you cannot hold that, especially in the situation of COVID-19, the revenue stream will reduce anyway. So you need to look at the right side, which is the cost structure. So how can you control and reduce the cost? And I think many professional football clubs, they reduce the squad. Normally they keep about 35 players in the team and pay on the monthly basis. They may need to reduce to 25 and maybe need to reduce the salary, something like that. So you can see that the cost that come from operating costs, rental costs, or salary or payroll, or any overhead costs. So the manager need to control that. And even now, the situation is getting better. It's not because of the COVID-19 situation is better, but because of people handle it better. We less afraid of that. So more people coming into the stadium, and the government allow the league to reopen again and open the stadium for spectators to attend the games. So right now they start to have or to regain some game day revenue. But anyway, it's not as the same level before the COVID-19 era, but it's better anyway. Okay, next slide, please. Many people said during the COVID-19 and post-COVID-19, there are a lot of sponsorship that reduce the spending. So many sporting events, they rely more on government subsidy and this is vary by country to country. For example, in Thailand, the government is very generous. So they have the National Sport Development Fund for about 4,000 million Thai baht a year. So many sport association try to access to that fund to keep their business going. But anyway, this is not all the people in the sport business. Only the national governing body or sport association or professional sport, and normally the major sport or popular sport or people who have a good connection with the executive can get this fund. But anyway, the National Sport Development Fund also try to help the sport personnel as well. For example, on the monthly basis, during the COVID-19 at the beginning, that the sport league need to close immediately. You cannot run the game, you cannot host the event. So there are no revenue at all. So they can get the stipend, get the allowance from the National Sport Development Fund. But now the situation is getting better because the tournament start to run and open for the attendance to return to the stadium. So now it's all about the connection that who can get the government subsidy. But for the private entity and also the small club, it's very hard time of them. Especially they need to rely on the government measure. For example, the marathon event, they need to sell the ticket in advance, and they need to prepare a lot of things like the coins, the medals, the jersey, or need to prepare a lot of things in advance. But immediately close to the event, the province, they cancel that event or postpone that event or prohibit them from organizing or using the facility or the area. For them, it's hard. And right now, the government said, okay, they have some soft loan to help. For example, from the government saving bank or SME bank or other things. But only a few sport entity or sport corporation can access to that. Because there are a number of sport entity or the smaller club or the smaller organizer that they don't have a good qualification or a good credit enough to get the soft loan. For example, in the past, they have a bad record, a bad history. It's hard for them to get that soft loan. And in the meantime, sometimes they don't want the soft loan. They want a free money because they know that government still have some money, especially for the National Governing Sport Development Fund to support. But the things that small entity don't have that connection to get that loan or to get that support or free money or supporting money. So there are a lot of things that we need to think about it. In some countries, they have a different perspective, have the similar perspective. For as you can see, for this case, as a ABB Formula E, which is the electric car, Formula E need to cancel many events last year and turn, for example, in Indonesia planned to host Formula E last June, because their country wants to promote electric car because they are the main producer of the battery. And in June this year, Indonesia in Jakarta will host the Formula E championship. And you can see that one country they didn't affect at all for the Formula E is Saudi Arabia, because their government support 100% just to see their flag on the broadcasting channel throughout the world. So when I study about this, because Thailand also interested to bid Formula E championship into Thailand. During last year, we think that it's not worth the money to bring the event at this moment because we focus on the tourists coming into our country. So if there are no travel or no government measure for allowing tourists to come into Thailand easily and spending money in Thailand for 7 days or 10 days. So it's not meaningful to host the event. But for Saudi Arabia, it's different things. Saudi Arabia, they don't think much about a number of tourists, but they want their flag during the broadcasting time, during the air time. So every time when they turn into the commercials, they have their Saudi Arabia flag on the TV channels, on the Fox Sport Asia, Fox Sport channels. And it's broadcast throughout the world. So, but that's the rich country. They have other policy, they have other things, they have other objectives. In case of Thailand, we have different objectives. We want tourism because we rely on revenue from tourism. We had a lot of business around tourism, hotel, restaurant, touring, guide, a lot of activities. So we need to think differently, something like that. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. And you can say for FA Thailand, as I mentioned earlier, FA Thailand, they need to reduce annual revenues sharing to professional sport club 35%. This will happen next year for 2022 and 2023 season. And you can see that all the main 3 leagues, top tier, second tier, and third tier, they need to reduce 35% of the revenue sharing to the clubs. And now the club have to accept that if they still want to participate in the league and in football business. But anyway, it's open. COVID-19 open for other things as well. They open for technology to fast track. And we know that technology is improving and it become the future. But now it's fast track because COVID-19 fast track them. Fast track the virtual experience, fast track anything online, anything media. And also football as well. We can gain the sponsorship from BitCup, which is the Bitcoin company that trade Bitcoin online. And that become the main sponsor of the FA Thailand. Okay, next slide, please. But anyway, so sport organizer, they try to resume their operation. There are some organizers or some sport that they want to resume their operation on a traditional way because risks are different and vary by sport. Some sport, because we have about in Thailand, 89 sport registered as the legitimate sport in Thailand with the Sport Authority of Thailand. There are some sports have less affected by COVID-19. For example, you can see golf. Now golf in Thailand, they resume almost 100%. And this might be the option for people to play more golf. They can switch from sport to sport. they may not be able to participate in some contact sport because of the risk of COVID-19 infected. But in some other sport, that's the option. But anyway, as I said earlier, when the organizer try to resume their traditional operation, it also have additional costs for participants, additional costs for organizer as well. And also, we need to overcome participant perception. Do they have the same confidence to participate in the event as pre-COVID-19 or not? Do they have the confidence to travel? Can they fly on the plane if the plane is full crowded? Something like that. Okay, next slide, please. But anyway, there are also opportunities for emerging sport as well. For example, during the COVID-19, one sport in Thailand become very popular, which is the surf skate. And after that, I found that surf skate is not so popular anywhere in the world because because it looks similar to skateboard and also the surfboard. But because of the surf, you cannot play the surfboard in some season. So they apply as a surf skate on the street, on the ground. And during the COVID-19 in Thailand, one actor or a few actors, they play surf skate, and that become a trend. That become a soft power, right? That become a fashion. Now, the surf skate can sell a lot in Thailand during last year, and people play a lot of surf skate. And now there are some entrepreneurs that invest in surf skate arena and build the surf skate dome or area. So there might be some opportunity for some sport as well, because anyway, people still want to exercise, still want to enjoy themselves, but you need to find that. And maybe disc golf for the flying disc, that may be another things as well. This is similar to golf, but using the flying disc. Definitely e-sport, this become a trend. And actually e-sport have been popular for a long time as the video game, but now become legitimate sport. And now government in many countries start to support that. And you can see that how we can incorporate those technology of e-sport into the physical activities. Okay, next slide, please. So normally the traditional revenue in sport will change as a revenue from social media, fan engagement, and subscription will be additional source. So if you are the organizer of the event or the run of the sport entrepreneur, if you still rely on the traditional source of revenue, it's fine. It's fine. But anyway, you should not underestimate the power of the new technology that can add other additional source of revenue. But anyway, I'm the old school guy. I still believe that sport, we should meet each other. We should play together. We should enjoy the facility. We should enjoy either the facility can be natural facility, can be nature, can be mountain, can be the sea, the beach, can be the river, and also the sport facility like stadium, indoor arena, or whatever. We should be able to, people want to get back to the place. But anyway, on the daily basis, they can enjoy more by using technology. And they can return to the venue or the place once in a while under the measure, under the restriction from COVID-19. So you can see that the pandemic has fast-tracked technological development in player tracking, user-generated interaction, AI, learning algorithm, and immersive technology. That's the point out by Skinner and Smith. And so now they're increasing digital capability, upscaling social media, and you need to collaborating outside of the box effort to stay relevant. So I think in the future, traditional organizers need to merge with the technology for additional sorts. Otherwise, you might not keep up with the new people that coming with the technology power, and they will steal the share in your sport market share. Okay, next slide, please. So I think the solution for the post-COVID-19, it should be hybrid between on-site and you can be, this is an exercise. There should be a hybrid between on-site and VR exercise. And in the future can be a common practice. But I don't think this is the daily solution, only daily solution. But okay, people can turn to VR solution for one day, and on another day they go to traditional exercise. So I think people will more selective, and they might not stick with something longer. They want to rotate and have the new experience immediately. So you can see that that's how our sport entrepreneur need to catch up with them, or maybe even need to persuade them or compel them or attract them to test our solution or our proposition. So anyway, this technology require investment and technological knowledge, and sport people anyway need to upskill, reskill in order to incorporate this new technology. Okay, next slide, please. So I think this new way of enjoying sport. So I think they're gonna be built on traditional live event. You can see from the left picture of the London marathons. People anyway still want to go to London Bridge once in a lifetime, maybe return for more. But when they return to their hometown, they still want to embrace that kind of feeling during a year. So they can do virtual, and that create more experience. More experience mean more money to your pocket, to your organization as well. But anyway, you need to understand how much you need to invest in this technology. And I think in the future, this technology become a norm and the cost is reducing. Okay, next slide, please. So anyway, there's going to be a positive and negative change. The technology can add value to on-site event, but also challenging as it may reduce number of on-site participants. So you need to balance of that. If you want to promote tourism, if you once people go to destination, the people in local community can have economic impact from increasing hotels room occupancy, for the food, for the traveling, transportation, and you need to balance between this. For example, in Phuket, in Thailand, now Phuket wants to declare COVID endemics, not pandemics. So they want to tourists to return to Phuket and do the beach activities, because the hotel in Phuket business have been vacant for a long time. And you can see a lot of sporting event, sporting exercise that can add the values to the post-COVID-19 era. Okay, next slide, please. So I think at the end of my presentation, I would like to conclude that the organizers need to become a content generator and integrators. So the content generator may find the new way to increase revenue from social media or user engagement. For example, likes, follow, engagement that may attract more sponsorship money or donation or social media. So you need to come up with new business model idea that can generate the money or revenue stream beside your core content, which is the sport. Your sport activities is the core content, but you need to be able to find other things around that generate the revenues, which even you don't have to work on the activities, there still have some money coming in from the contents that you generate. And you can see the new technology can do a lot of things like fundraising things and merchandising that sell online or something like that. That's just a basic example, but there are a lot of things behind it. Okay, next slide, please. So I think as a sport academics, we should prepare our students to serve sport industry in the post-COVID-19 era. For example, the traditional body of knowledge still exists, but that's only the fundamental right now. There will be a new things. There will be new idea, new technology thing that you need to apply more. And sport management students who can hold technological skills such as AI, VR, AR, big data technology can generate more income. If we can host the football match, we will get some level of the revenue. But if we can add AI, VR, AR, big data, or whatever things, we can generate more income. But anyway, the university need to prepare them. Otherwise, people from technological fields will jump in and they will steal your show because they have technology, they have bargaining power. They connect to the people pocket because now people, everything transfer the money, everything online. They get closer to the people, to the customer than sport people. So the challenge, the skill set in general sport student, this is what I'm headache because many times sport students that entering university normally come with lower GPA and they don't want to learn confusing thing, complicated thing. But anyway, there are no shortcuts anyway. We need just to work hard. Even they like to play sport, but now they need to understand technology too. At least they need to know how to apply it effectively. And that's become the new skill set of the new sport student in the post-COVID era. At least sport managers need to know how to apply technology in improving their business model, operation, and service to create better values, proposition, and revenue stream. Okay, next slide, please. So thank you. I think it's longer than I thought. Sorry that I spent too much time. And thank you for everyone's attention. And if you have any things want to contact me, you can give me and send me an email or can chat me in the inbox in Facebook. I'm very happy to sharing with you. And if you have any questions, if we still have time, I'm willing to answer everyone. Thank you.
A well-organized and informative discussion, sir. To show our sincerest appreciation, Please accept this small token of appreciation. Let me read the citation. International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with Sport Management Association of Thailand. Present this certificate of appreciation to Assistant Professor Dr. Rasadi Kutantara for his commendable service render as resource speaker that led to the success of the event, International Webinar on Sports Management in the Post-COVID-19 Era, a look to the changes in the field. Organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports, IAPS, Incorporated in collaboration with Sport Management Association of Thailand. Given this 9th day of April 2022, via Zoom platform. Signed by Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argaran, the President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Julson M. Santos, the Chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, and Associate Professor Dr. Wanchali Noraiya, the President of Sport Management Association of Thailand. Thank you so much, sir.
สวัสดีครับขอบคุณครับ Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we have a question here. Maybe you can give your thoughts or insight on this. The first question is, what is the most challenging experience you had during the pandemic in terms of, first, of being a coach, and second, being a member of the organizing team, sir?
Okay, for the high performance teams or the organizer of the event, what's perspective?
I think, sir, the organizer of the company.
Yeah, for the organizer of the event that I mentioned earlier, it's about the government measure. It's changing from time to time due to the COVID-19 situation. For example, in Thailand, we have many waves of the COVID-19, and the government can lift up the restriction to different levels. And the difficult thing is for the host or the organizer of the tournaments, they need to reserve the area, book the area, and they need to prepare a lot of materials. For example, medals, shirts, things, signage, everything. They invest a lot of money. And at the end, they might find that 1 week or just a few days before the event, they need to cancel or they need to be postponed. And normally the local city, they don't want to say the sympathy or anything because they cannot compromise. If the government said, okay, you cannot host the event, you cannot host the event, they need to postpone. They think that all the organizers can postpone the event, but postpone means the time, because many people, many local organizers, they borrow the money or they invest the money, and their money is already like, or their interest might go up or something like that. So that become I think the most challenging situation. And I think if we can have the solution like for the soft loan, especially for sport, because I think the government bank or the like private bank, they normally don't understand the sport environment. Normally the sport environment, when you organize the event, you can get the revenue back if you host the event. Once you have the event, okay, people will pay the money, pay the fee, the things, and get the sponsorship money back. It doesn't like the other business that you need to wait for a while until you have a lot of money coming in. But for the event, they can get the money coming in and pay to the government or pay the loan, but they need to have some like soft loan that they can give the smaller interest and maybe like give the time for 3 months, 6 months after the event is closed, event is finished, so they can repay to the loan, something like that. I think this is challenging, but in Thailand, I think the government or any funds or any private bank, they don't want to risk with the sport people. Maybe probably the bad credit in the history in the past, maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure this is all right.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for those insights. And I know it's really challenging for not only in Thailand but also in the Philippines and other parts of the world that managing and organizing sporting events is really a challenging one. But still, if we really wanted to come up with a great event and a competition, we will definitely look for a specific help in a brighter way to make sure that this would commence. Thank you so much, Dr. Contintara, for your discussion, a very informative discussion. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if you have any questions, you can send to my email, okay? And I will try to answer everyone. Thank you so much.
It is my honor and privilege to introduce our resource speaker. Our second speaker has had a distinguished career in sport management. He is a lecturer, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Sport Management, Mahidol University, lecturer in physical education at Mahidol International College, legal consultant, barrister at Law Co., Limited, and director, Rungsong Tennis Academy. Let us all welcome Dr. Om to AJ. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Could you please share my slides, please? So do I have to be the one who share my own slides, or you're gonna share my slide for me? But anyway, yeah. My slide is not fancy, you know, just like the text, things like that. Okay, first of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me as one of the speakers today. And I have to thanks to Dr. Isadi very much, you know, that he explained all the Thai context, you know, under the COVID-19 situation already. So that's why today I'm not going to talk about the Thai context much, but I'm focusing on, you know, like present you guys the research conclusion, you know, of those researchers around the world those who submitted and got published, you know, about the sport under the circumstance of COVID-19 in a journal which are in Scopus called Type 1. Okay, so and then after that I will go through a little bit in the context of Thailand, which is not really much. So my speaking duration, I think is about half an hour or 40 minutes, things like that. I'm not gonna, you know, disturb you guys time so much. Okay, so first of all, let's start with the introduction. Okay, could you please go to the next slide? Yeah, thank you. So during the midst of the spreading of COVID-19, right, all the sport lovers need to go again with the unlimited, you know, situation that we have never been before in our life. Many sports have to get back, you know, and have together for brainstorming and try to cope with the situation, how we gonna fix the problem, you know. And the daily basic of our exercise become very difficult because we cannot go out to use the places in public. For example, like for those who already apply the member for the fitness, you know, like they hope that they willing to use the facility in the gym, right? But once the pandemics of COVID-19, they got to change their mind. They're not allowed to go to the gym anymore. So even myself, the tennis player, I run my own my own like tennis academy. I have to stop everything. So those students who really would love to come and train with me need to stop and practice themselves at the wall, at his house. This is very, very pity. So all the sport lovers, like people thinks about when do we can get back to the stadium, and we have to waiting for another season and another season. Then the thing is, when there is none, like going to participate in the stadium, right? So the sport leagues need to go again with the risky of no incoming from the audience. There is no sponsor, no anything. So the problem is, how do they fix the problem? According, there is no live broadcasting. The league need to do anything, to make them survive by like bringing the own tape of those competition in the past, and try to repeat broadcasting again for the fan and transform on the digital platform. So this is the only survive for those sport league that they have to do during the pandemic of COVID-19. And the thing is, it's not just like the sport lovers or the honor tournaments. It seems like the sponsor seems like to have some kind of problem as well. But anyway, the thing is, as they says, when there's something bad happen, not everyone will be got bad affected from those kind of such bad thing. Some group of people get benefit from the pandemics of COVID-19. For example, like my cousin business, let me just tell you the story. My cousin business, they used to have a golf some business, some kind of like the golf simulator, like before the COVID-19 pandemic of COVID-19 in Thailand, they used to open the restaurant and they put lots of golf simulator, in order to convince people from outside to sit in his restaurant and play the golf simulator. But before the COVID-19, the business was very bad. No one interested in doing this kind of thing, because in Thailand we have many golf courts, many beautiful golf courses with the like the luxury facility and the beautiful environment and surrounded by nature all over Thailand. So people in Thailand, if they would like to play golf, they go to the golf court instead of go to the restaurant and play golf simulator. But the thing is, once the COVID-19 pandemics occurred, things changing. The golf simulator business that he had never sold, they start selling very well, until right now. Like they thanks God to giving the COVID-19, for their business. This is kind of like the digital transform. People cannot go to the golf course now, and they need to replace themselves by ordering the golf simulator to their house and transfer to digital platform. So could you please go to next slides? Yeah. So could you please go more a little bit? I speak beyond the slides to slide 4, I guess. Slide 4. Yeah, but that's all right. I just keep speaking. Yeah. And what I'm about to tell you guys, like I just told you earlier, I'm just gonna tell you the conclusion of the research. For those researchers, right, that got published in the journal called ESMKL Special Edition. This is a very good one. If some of you guys would love to publish in this, like journal, I would recommend that, because they are in the core Taiwan as well, Scopus. So in this research, those researchers, they focusing on the mention of the sport management. What kind of situation that the sport management guys need to go again with during the COVID-19, and what about the high tension that they need to reach, for the sport organization. For example, like they have to aware of the health issue, the security of the athlete, and the sport fans, with their, the cash that they have to try to manage it properly. If the lack of the cash, they cannot organize all those kind of things, and it will be lead to the collapse of the organization. So in conclusion, of this article, right? So I could divide it in 4 issues, or in 3 issues, sorry, that the sport management guy have to try to do the brainstorming for fixing the critical things. The first one, the responsible toward the society, from the sport band, the club, the sport league, whether in the issue of the producer, the league, the club, the player, how do they have to expose the acting that, related to the athletes, how do they responsibility toward the society. That was the first issue in this journal. Okay, so the second issue is the digital channel become the important issue. That because the digital channel, it will be like fulfill the gap of the sport content in order to the suspension of the sport competition. And the last one, the participation on the platform that clearly occurred right now, that become the outstanding, including the, like rapidly increasing in playing game through sport, like the e-sport and the reaction through the social media, So let me start with the first research. Could you please go to the next slides? Yeah. So the first one, this one belonged to Mober and Harrison, So they set the question of the research about whether an instance of corporate social irresponsibility during the COVID-19 had led to the ban penalty for the offending. So the author give the study case of the band called Adidas. I think everybody know this band, like Adidas become a famous band of every sport at the moment. So Adidas announced its intention to withhold the rent payments for all its German stores. That because they would like to taking the advantage of the national government package. So they don't want to pay for the rental during the during the period of COVID-19 in Germany, according to the to the Germany policy. So they just try to pretend not to do that, and the result of doing that, they got the negative loudspeaker from people, and eventually they have to come up with the apologize, and they finally they have to pay for the rents. So to do this, Adidas suffer a significant sentiment and reputation for a few months. So, but anyway, because of the reputation of the band, right? They have the many customer loyalty because of the customer behavior. So they still remain a preferred brand. But anyway, I think the reason that after they got the political backlash, after they coming up and apologized about the withhold rent payments, just like they realized that this is not doing the right thing. So like the people think that Adidas still remaining the preferred brand. They still support them. All right. Could you please go to the next slides? The next slide is the second research. In this article, this is belong to Helsen, Delom, and Orr and others. So they the research, they aim to find out how contestants in participatory sport event or PSC modify their sport behavior in response to the shutdown, induced cancellation. So they would like to find out, you know, like for those people who participate in the sport event like PSE, could they change the behavior? You know, how do they keep themselves fit, or how do they keep or maintain their behavior during the lockdown period of the COVID-19? And you know, this research, they collected the data from the sample of 300 people in Belgium. You know, like they divided into groups. So the first one, the group, those who exercise with the activity of PSE, and another group for those who don't participate in the exercise, or we call PSE, you know. And the thing is, the result of the survey, they said that most of people, you know, they still maintain their exercise during the lockdown things, the lockdown period. Sorry, you know, this is just like in Thailand as well. We get back to 1 year or 2 years ago, during the COVID-19. You know, people cannot go out to exercise, right? Many of my friends, they never ever done any exercise before in their life, but once it's locked down, they starting the exercise because they really like that. If they don't walk for work, you know, or don't go anywhere, they might die because of not doing exercise. That this is a good thing for the COVID-19 as well, you know. And let's go to the third article. Could you please go to the next one? Yeah, this article is belong to Simon and other author. You know, they contended the digital and technology driving transformation of the sport viewing experience as a response to the COVID-19, with the aim of specifying and its content and consumption experience legacy. So, you know, this guy, right, they would like to do some kind of the research in terms of the media in Australia, which we already know that in Australia, the sport media, they have more intention to the male sport later than the girl sport, you know, even the pre-COVID-19. So some group, you know, especially the female athlete, they was worrying that during the COVID-19, they still got even less interesting, you know, than the normal situation. And the thing is, right, the result of the research is say that was true. Even in the COVID-19, like the media in Australia, they have less intention for the female athlete, less interested later than the male athlete, same as the situation. You know, I really would love to dig down into this research as well, because I myself, I really would love to know what was the reason behind their attitude and idea. So, you know, this is quite interesting. And the next one, the fifth article. Thank you. This one is belong to Studio Biscas and Intl. I'm not sure that I speak right or wrong. You know, that one, right, remind us that the sport transformative effect might just have the made decision different to manifest psychological well-being during the COVID-19 turbulence. By using the attachment theory, the research team looked for a connection between the Chinese fan involvement with sport properties and their psychological health post-pandemic. And, for example, like this group of researchers, they study the impact of the sport fan psychology, in order to find out the relationship between the participation with, exercising alone and with the group or the co-involvement, like they would like to see the difference, between exercise by yourself and exercise with your friend or with the, society. And the conclusion of the research is that the sport organization, have to be responsible toward the welfare of the population by trying to create the community for exercise, even the COVID-19, but you got to have some protocol that make sure those who involve the exercise, they secure with the spreading of COVID-19. So anyway, the sport can strengthen fan perception of the safety and security during the troubled times with exercise together with friends and society. Okay, that was the conclusion. There we go. Next, go to the 6th article, please. This one is, you got to click one more. Go one more down slides, I guess. Yeah, thank and yeah, this one. Thank you. So the 6th one. So that innovative, they study how to use the fan imagery instead and affect media consumer response in the case of unfamiliar sport league. So in conclusion, they would like to study the channel, the watching channel, the sport watching channel through the online media by activating the Germany audience, by letting them to test by letting them watching the new way of the sport channel that they will get used to with it. So in this research, they let the Germany people to watch Australian Football League, and Australian Football League, the German they will get used to with this, right? And the result of the research found that even they watch the unused unused to league, right? But they still get interested, and when they watch through the online. So this is conclude that in the COVID-19 pandemic situation, so people can open-minded, open their opportunity, to watch anything new that they think they would love to explore the new thing. So the next one, please. So for all the conclusion, I could be conclude that. So number one, the COVID-19 could be changed the sport by permanently. Number two, the big pandemic, the big spreading of COVID-19 pandemics could open the opportunity of the digital innovation, repeatedly, and have to, and people need to use the innovative, and people need to use the digital innovative for fixing the problem during the COVID-19. For example, like I just gave you an example about the golf simulator of my cousin family, right? Or even the smartphone, that, smartphone is some kind of thing that, like we can use. Is building the value and creating the ball between the fan and the club. There was sometimes dealing back to 1 or 2 years before, we're not allowed to go to see the games in the stadium, right? The only thing that can bonds the relationship between the fan club and the club is the page. So they have to texting about reporting how is the situation for the athlete member in each league. And that is the only channel that people can communicate to each other. So this is quite interesting, and also there is an example of the cooperating between the Basketball Association of the United States and the Microsoft by doing some stream through the social media. Another things like the professional sport need to use some kind of the digital innovation by creating the sport content, by using the e-sport, for creating the sport as the virtual things, especially in e-sport. I really love this kind of sport. I used to do some kind of the research, about the promoting the e-sport in Thailand for supporting the economy in Thailand, because in Thailand there are very famous e-sport, right? And we have a lot of e-sport event for tournament, and some event they reward as well. Most of them they got reward for the winner, but they are still have two sides between, like the side that's supporting e-sport supposed to be the professional e-sport. I mean, like right now in Thailand, e-sport become professional, but we supposed to more support than we supporting right now at the moment. And another side, the side that they concerned about the eyes, the things like concern more about the healthy, and don't believe that e-sport could make like the player become a professional, things like that. So and to do that research, I need to study a lot in the best practice, like in terms of China. I really want Thailand to be that progress to that kind of level, and in Thailand we quite famous in tourism. Like people who come to Thailand, they focusing on sightseeing, right? So if we can have some kind of billboard in every corner of the expressway in sport, I think we could be like a quarter or half side in China if it's possible. I really want Thailand to be like that. We got the resource, the quality resources, but we got to use it effectively. Okay, so let's get back to our work first. So just like I told you, esport can create the content in reality, right? By creating the reality environment with the unlimited, and it was like very great response from the participant in the COVID-19. Just like I told you, still have some kind of challenging, from those who conservative, who don't think esport can be success in terms of the professional. And I could conclude that in this article, they said that they will have the new innovation that is never happened before, like reality, via digital, and gamification. As you can see in the previous Olympic hosting in Japan, in Tokyo, right? They increased the reality, like replay 360-degree, and they analyzed by driving, through the AI, and they process all the activity on the social media platform. Okay, and also I also conclude about the ecosystem of the sport media by driving the new currency, in the digital economy, that we gather all the content data by creating for, adding value of the data. This is very important, because this will increase and it will make the value of supply chain happen of the sport. And also, so you will see, the pandemic of COVID-19 will create a lot of digital communication, it could be like by sport fan, they have together, they cooperating for in creating the sport contents, or they doing some activity that created and driven by fan, on some kind of platform, right? Which will be created a lot of, like income throughout the country, which is very, very totally different from the original platform or conventional platform, right? Which is like the traditional platform, they have just only like the matches, the broadcasting, the club and the player and the ticket, like the sponsor, the content, things like that. But in the new era of new normal, they would more focusing on the digital, that can co-producing and creative content. And the most importantly, for those who trying to join things, they supposed to have some kind of feeling of the owners. And if they have the sense of belonging, they will go 100% of creating the creative content in the platform. And I just like gonna give you some example, like the company of fantasy game online, the Dream 11, they set up the department, and the shop, the department that called the Dream Capital, that it costs 250 million US dollar. And also like the growth of the sport technology called Dream Capital, they invest a lot about how to start doing business, in terms of the sport game and the technology. And number 3, so the limitation of the health fair, so they could minimize the sport organization, like, or it's called downside, by reducing the number of the personnel in the organization, and they will put some kind of AI or technology to run over. This is a new change that we have to face in the near future, or even right now. They're reducing the number of they're replacing robot, in with the human, but some tasks can do, but some tasks cannot, depend on like on the JD. And number 4, there would be have some kind of cooperation, with the new technology for helping each other to fix the situation during the COVID-19, which is like the merging of the ecosystem of 2 ecosystem. The first one is sport, and another one is the song. So I just gonna give you some outstanding example. It's called like, so I think you guys know the club, called Wolverhampton. This is quite famous club. It's played in Premier League, England, right? They cooperate with their alliance called Warner Music UK, right? In order to open, some kind of like the music company, but have some intention to merge the soccer or football together with the music, by focusing on the youth market, in order to increase the capacity, to the consumer market, including the esports business and fashion business, which is like, I think the nearly future, the further research, they will focus on understanding about the changing of some kind of the offending marketing. And number 5, the football professional league and the club, right? They will train to be some kind of cooperating, like not just like I just told you earlier, not just like help together for creating the content, right? but they will have to have some kind of like doing some activity together for launching or writing some regulation and rules together with the stakeholders, you know, in order to for example, like to the like qualify athlete to the team, or helping to creating some stadium together. So the cooperation will be seen more in the future after COVID-19. All right, could you please go to the next slides? Okay, in Thailand, I don't think I will talk too much about this topic, you know, because Ajahn is he already taught everything, every aspect of the COVID-19 situation in the Ching of Thailand. Yeah, so I'm just gonna tell you a little bit about Big Cup, which is he mentioned a little bit, you know, like Big Cup in Thailand. So in this presentation, I focus only the technology. Most of the time, I focus on technology, right? So Big Cup is a kind of technology, right? And it came to support the football in Thailand. Is an organization, you know, that use the technology for driving the nation economies, which we have the very important for all the Thai citizens, you know, including it will be increased or new experience to soccer fan as well. So, you know, this supporting from the Big Cup, right? They will let the soccer fan, Thai soccer fan, to learn and to have some experience in sharing that team that never ever seen before in their life. And apart from that, you know, Big Cup, they still cooperated with the association by, you know, like giving some good activity, both offline, online, to the, you know, soccer fan in Thailand, to have some activity together, like I just told you, you know, like to have sustainability in doing some sport in the future. It has to focus on the participation between the fan and the organization. And finally, you know, so the Big Cup is called, right, NFT. This is some kind of digital collectible item that they will increase the moment of inflation and the pictures of like the football of the national team. And, you know, this is the new experience, very special experience that cannot be bought by money for the Thai fan, that we gonna be seen in the future. So these are the content that I would love to present to you guys today. Thank you. For those who have any question, please feel free to ask me. So my presented, most of them, you know, focusing on telling the conclusion of the research that have, you know, been occurred during the COVID-19.
A well-organized and informative discussion, sir. To show our sincerest appreciation, please accept this small token of appreciation. Let me read the citation. International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with Sport Management Association of Thailand, present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Oamtu AJ for his commendable service render as resource speaker that led to the success of the event, International Webinar on Sports Management in the Post-COVID-19 Era, a look to the changes in the field. Organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports, IAPS, Incorporated, in collaboration with Sport Management Association of Thailand. Given this 9th day of April 2022, via Zoom platform. Signed by Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argaran, the President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Julson M. Santos, the Chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, and Associate Professor Dr. Wanchali Noraya, the President of Sport Management Association of Thailand. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, thank you so much for the insights and those very informative research studies that you have discussed for today's. So
Yeah.
these are really useful for our virtual participants who are here today. Thank you so much. And
You're welcome.
there are no questions in the chat box. They are congratulating you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank
all
you
right.
so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you so much as well.
It is my honor and privilege to introduce our resource speaker. Our third speaker has had a distinguished career in physical education and sports. He is the chairperson, Department of BPE Sports and Wellness Management Program, University of Santo Thomas, Regional President, East and Southeast Asia at International Organization for Health, Sports, and Kinesiology, IASC, and honorary member of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. Let us all welcome Associate Professor Dr. Jerome A. Porto. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I clear? Is my audio okay?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Santos, our chair. So let me share my presentation. I hope you're seeing my presentation now.
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir.
Okay, so once again, good afternoon, everyone, to our virtual participants, to our speakers, our chairman, Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Julson Santos, to our Chief Advisor, Associate Professor Dr. Kishore, to our the President of Sports Management Association of Thailand, Associate Professor Dr. Noria, and the Vice President of Sports Management Association of Thailand, Dr. Nimakorn. Good afternoon. And to all the participants, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Okay. So I heard the sharing of insight or discussion of Dr. Isadi about the perspective of sports management in Thailand, and also the discussion shared by Dr. Uam Tuaj. He talks about different researches relative to sports management and the sports industry. Okay, so for this afternoon, my topic is about the perspective on the academe and how we develop our sports management practitioners or professionals. So I am from UST, or University of Santo Tomas Institute of Physical Education and Athletics, and I'm here and very glad and very happy to be here and share my insights about a glimpse of fitness and sports management program in the Philippines. So this is the flow of my presentation. So I will give you some overview about sports management, context, and then the career path leading to the program that we are offering in the Philippines, and the takeaways. Also, I will share you some innovations, some practices that we've done during pandemic for us to continue our teaching and learning. in developing sports management practitioners or professionals. Are you still with me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Santos. Thank you very much. So the sports market in North America was worth 60.23 billion in 2014. It is expected to reach about 75.71 billion by 2020, and it will increase at around 83.1 billion in 2023, according to the Statistica.com. The North America sports market is increasing, and we will see and expect that it will go and increase more because of the pandemic. Initially, during the pandemic, the onset of pandemic, the sports market around the world decreases, but the projection of experts and based on different researches, the sports market will increase, and it will become more bigger in terms of its revenue. Okay, so in the Philippines, it is projected that the revenue of sports activities in the Philippines will amount to approximately $158.9 million by 2024. Okay? And this sports activity is only focusing on the recreational facilities. It's more on services. As we all know, the sports management is not only about activities. There's a lot of segmentations relative to sport industry. There is services, there is products, there is performance or participation. So those are things that we need to look on. Now in the Philippines, it is increasing, and we are on the post-pandemic, and we are projecting that this revenue will increase. Okay? And with this figure, according to the Statistica, we could say that the sports management is really a booming industry. The sport industry is really influence the economy of a certain country. Okay? So the sports management is a professional career path and an academic content area that includes all activities, individuals, and organizations involved in sports in all its dimensions, according to Baker Eschricks in 2013. So sports management is, there is an available career path, and there's a lot. All we have to do is to explore, and we also need to provide professionals relative to this career. And for us to have this career, for us to provide careers, we have to prepare our students or takers or enthusiasts who are very much interested to pursue in this academic program. So with this academic program that I'm talking, we could say, we could anchor it to the Commission on Sports Management Association in the US. And this is a good considerations when we craft our curriculum for us to address the needs of our industry. Okay? So according to COSMA, there are 7 common professional core courses needed for us to develop sports management professionals. Okay? So one is the Social, Psychological, and International Foundation of Sports Management. It includes the sports management practice or principles, the sport leadership, okay, operations, management, events, and venue management. So this is common professional courses that will be included in the curriculum, okay, in developing professionals relative to our profession. Second is the ethics. When we talk about ethics, it's about human behavior. It pertains to correct rightness and and correctness or of human act. Okay, so it is also important because there's interactions, okay, between participants, performers, consumers, relative to sport industry. And number 3 is the sports marketing and communication. So it's integrated in a curriculum because we are also looking on business side and how we're going to promote different areas or segmentations in sport industry. Finance, accounting, economics. So these are important elements or courses or subject for in producing equality professionals in the field. Okay, so we have sports finance, accounting, and economics for sports. And we also look on courses or subject on legal aspects of sports law, and we should also integrate integrative experiences, which is very essential, so that the students that we are developing are exposed to different work settings in the sports industry. So it is very important to have these integrative experiences through internship program. Okay, so we have the strategic management or policy internship and capstone experience to be able to the student be able to apply the concept, the context, okay, and the knowledge that they learn in classroom, to the actual work setting. Okay, so these are common professional courses that is integrated in the curriculum. Okay, and we always look on these considerations from COSMA. Okay, so sports, based on the data, based on the curriculum, the common core professional core courses, according to business standard, sport is no longer considered as a side show global business activity. It is now an independent global industry in its own right, because the sport industry have influence or could influence the status in terms of economic and the revenue that could get from the sport industry would really influence country. So gone are the days of dependence of mainstream business professionals. There's a requirement for industry specialists to fundamentally understand and develop a colossal sport industry. So since we already have program, not directly, not a straight program for sports management, but related to that, could also produce professionals that are equipped, okay, and have this qualification for the industry. Okay, so sports management professionals have skills sets that enable them to manage athletes, generate wealth through marketing and sales strategies, manage staff for national sports organizations and global companies associated with the sports. So these are the areas that we have to consider, okay, for us to look on different programs and different businesses and work related in these different areas. Okay. So the management, a lot of areas is sports and wellness management or fitness and sports management graduate professional could go on this different career. It could be on the professional sports, it could be in sports goods, it could be in sports retailing, it could be in fitness training, sports tourism, amateur and recreation sports, and even sports medicine if they would like to pursue, okay, in this different careers. Okay. Now in the Philippines, we categorize the sports management areas, wherein we could somehow see different career path okay, in relation to the program that we are providing, or the program or academic program that we are providing in our university, which is anchored to a CMO, or we call it a commission, a CHED, no, Commission on a Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Order, no? And that is it's a mandated, no? It's a law, no, that you have to follow a certain program, no, standards. So through that CMO, okay, we identify the available career path for our graduates. So we categorize this into 4. First, we have the fitness and wellness industry, the career path, no, that is now available. We have the sports fitness and managers, sports fitness and recreation event managers, sports fitness wellness facility manager, and gym membership sales and consultants. Okay, so we have to prepare our students in this different career path, okay, and we have to provide them experience, relative experience. The second one is on the sports marketing and sales, the sports brand, no? So the career, we have sports brand managers, sports marketing officers, sports apparel, sports manager, or store managers, sports retailers, and sport entrepreneurs. So we have tie up with different sport industry brands in the Philippines, okay, so that we'll be able to send, you know, interns, so that they will experience the real work, you know, setting, you know, in that the core group of companies. So these are, you know, a known brand or known company that sell different brands. So the third area is the sports coaching. Okay, so in sports coaching, we have sports coach, we have sports administrator, we have sports team manager, and sports liaison officers. So with this, we have to tie up with different sports who are competing in the national international competitions, so that you'll be able to experience, you know, coaching, no, and other administrative function, no, under the sports coaching. And lastly, the community sports development, no? The career path for our graduates based on the CMO. We could say LGU Sports Development Officer is, you know, is an opportunity for our graduates because they have experience, no, dealing with the community sports development program for about 3 months. Right? NGO Sports Development Officers, Sports Tourism Officers, Sports Recreation Facility Managers. So these are again identified under community sports development program because they are trained and the experience, no, handling community development, community sports development office, no, through our community partners. We have a partner in Bulacan. We have partner in different provinces in the Philippines. No? In Antipolo, we also have in Laguna and the Nabotas, and even in Haven for Children in Alabang. So those are community development of community development that our interns, no, went through, no, face to face, during the face to face. And then, so since we already have identified a different career path, no, the question is how we develop or how we come up with program in the Philippines, no. As with the, no, during 19 that, I think I was disconnected. Sorry for that. Where am I? Sorry for, I think I was disconnected. Okay, so do you still hear me? Do you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Hey, sorry for that. I was disconnected. Maybe there's something wrong with my connectivity, but I hope it is still clear and you could also you could still see my presentation. So I'm talking about how the sports management program developed in the Philippines, or the timeline to have this program offered in the university. Okay? So Bachelor of Sports and Recreation Management were offered by universities. This is actually a university can offer it, no, if they have this autonomous status. No, there is no CMO pertaining to that. Okay, and in 2011, there was already crafted curriculum. No, but the curriculum is under the Bachelor of Physical Education. Okay, so in the Philippines, the previously we only have the Bachelor of Physical Education program, and then the technical committee and technical panel crafted a program that could cater the school setting, which is the Bachelor of Physical Education major in school PE, and then the other one is the Bachelor of Physical Education major in Sports and Wellness Management program, and that is based on CMO number 23 series of 2011. And from there, since it is under the bachelor under the teacher education program, the technical panel come up with a new program which is combining the sports science and exercise science to the sports management program. So we have now, following the curriculum based on CMO number 81 series of 2017. So that is the Bachelor of Science in Exercise and Sports Science major in Fitness and Sports Management. So we have two major shifts in this program. Number one is we have the in same CMO. No, we have the Bachelor of Science in Exercise and Sports Science major in Fitness and Sports Coaching. Okay, and then the other one that is our program, which is the Fitness and Sports Management. Okay, so with this changes, of the curriculum, we are not only looking on physical education or developing physical educators, but we are also looking on developing professionals to address or to provide or to cater the needs of our sport industry. That's why we have the Fitness and Sports Management. So in the CMO, we have 143 academic units, okay, as compared to the BPE program, the old curriculum, which is 156. But the institution could still add, because this is just a minimum requirement for this program or academic program. Okay, so with that program, this is a 4-year program. Okay, and it's designed to provide graduates with broad and coherent understanding of applied exercise and sports science in terms of fitness and sports coaching. So it includes the management of fitness and sports management in various industry settings. So this is the CMO, and since the 4-year program, a university could provide or could add more courses or additional courses to strengthen the program and to develop professionals relative to fitness and wellness management. Okay, so these are the courses based on the CMO with additional courses in the university. So we have the laboratory and lecture courses, the ergogenics. So we have added additional courses for ergogenics. So basically, the first year courses are common, with the fitness and sports management program, the other major that the CMO is providing. Okay, so and then as we progress, the second year we already have the technical courses or major courses, the individual sports. So we have the fundamental sports management, the applied principles of accounting for sport industry, okay, and more. Okay, and on the third, so we have a lot of courses relative to business and management, and even including the ethics and law. Okay, and in the fourth year, so we have a 1-year internship program. So the different career path that we have identified and categorized into 4 are part of our internship program. Okay, and they have to engage themselves, in that company, for about 3 months each area. Okay, so that's how we design our internship program, so that the student will be able to experience a different career path, and they have options, on how or what kind of career they are going to pursue after graduation. It could be in fitness industry, it could be in a community and local government, under community development office. It could be in sports marketing and sales and sports coaching. Okay, so let me give you share you the journey of our sports management program during pre-pandemic. okay, because of the pandemic, so COVID-19 pandemic. The educational institutions need to rethink, realign the processes to ensure that teaching and learning will continue in this trying time. So let me use ACT, as a process for us to shift, our processes, specifically the teaching and learning in our program. Okay, so with that we adjust, we adapt with the challenges that the pandemic brought. And we have to look on the content of our courses or subjects, the teaching and learning experience. We have to look on the students' capability in terms of online setup or enriched virtual mode. We have to recalibrate our academic staff through capability and technical skills and the technology that we have. Okay, so from this we have we have to also integrate creativity and collaboration. So through the pandemic, we had different opportunities, especially in a global perspective, because everybody's online, so it's very easy to network, and look for experts, especially for those professionals who are very willing to share. So that is part of the creativity and collaborations that we've done in our curriculum. Okay, and we ask our students, since we are in the enriched virtual mode of instruction, okay, we ask our students to enroll in open online courses, okay, relative to sports coaching, and then we also have invited speakers for club-based coaching, for us to continue our 4 areas. Okay, so even though there is pandemic, and even though we are in the enriched virtual mode of instruction, we still continue developing our graduates using the 4 different areas leading to different careers. Okay, and part of the creativity, there's a lot of webinar, but this time we tap the partner industries of the institute. Okay, to provide insights and information relative to different areas in sports management. Okay, and that's part of creativity. And what happened to my slides? Sorry for that. Okay, so that's part of creativity and collaboration. Okay, so we also had opportunity with our community partners, okay, to develop programs based on the previous findings and experiences and documents of our interns, and they created their another program relative to adaptation of this community amid COVID pandemic. Okay, and then the last in the acronym of ACT is T. We tap talents. We invited speakers. This is an opportunity to expand the perspective of our students, because we invited international speakers, and we will still continue that. Even we are already projecting a high flex delivery this coming academic year 2022-2023. Okay, so that app, right, really provided us on how to provide important experience and learnings to our students, including research and the international network and international collaborations with our partners and our professional network. Okay, so with that, I could say that the fitness and sports management program is a degree that gives you an industry-specific education and career preparation. So it's a diverse discipline, including business, communication, education, recreation, and social sciences. Students are not in this program because they are student athletes. Sometimes there's a wrong connotation about students who are into physical education sports, but they are here because they have the gift, they have the passion, they have the values towards sports. So with that, I hope you take value, in this presentation. I hope you learn something and find value, in this discussion. So magandang hapon, and God bless everyone. If you have question, I'm willing to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jerome Porto, for giving us really the glimpse of the program that University of Santo Tomas Institute of Physical Education Athletics is in store for our future professionals in the field of sports management. We are really happy that your institute and your university is really collaborating and doing different activities, events, programs, webinars, conferences that really give our professionals in future workforce in the industry the jam-packed information that they really be needing in their future work. Thank you so much for being with us today, sir. I know that you are very busy and you still have given us this precious time of yours to really give us a exciting and a very informative discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Santos. Thank you very much. I pass my family. Thank you.
A well-organized and informative discussion, sir. To show our sincerest appreciation, please accept this small token of appreciation. Let me read the citation. International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with Sport Management Association of Thailand. Present this certificate of appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Jerome A. Porto for his commendable service render as resource speaker that led to the success of the event, International Webinar on Sports Management in the Post-COVID-19 Era, a look to the changes in the field. Organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports, IAPS, Incorporated in collaboration with Sport Management Association of Thailand. Given this 9th day of April 2022, via Zoom platform. Signed by Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argaran, the President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Julson M. Santos, the Chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, and Associate Professor Dr. Wanchali Noraya, the President of Sport Management Association of Thailand. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And as of the moment,
you.
our chat box are full of congratulations, and they're really thanking you for a job well done and for interactive discussion. Thank you so much.
It is my
Thank you,
honor
sir.
and privilege to introduce our resource speaker. Our fourth speaker has had a distinguished career in sports business and marketing. He is the director, Benilde Marketing Center, De La Salle College of St. Benilde, and lecturer, Institute of Physical Education and Athletics, University of Santo Tomas. Let us all welcome Mr. Steve Michael Moore Jr. Good afternoon, sir.
A pleasant afternoon to everybody, especially to the organizers of this very special event. On behalf of course, our institute, the Institute of Physical Education and Athletics, and the University of Santo Tomas, again, we'd like to express our deepest gratitude for inviting us this afternoon. And I guess I'm actually with Dr. Porto. We are both from the University of Santo Tomas. And for this afternoon, I was given the opportunity to discuss a very important topic in our industry, particularly in the sports industry. So I'm here to discuss about the different trends that we have right now in the area of sports marketing and research. So allow me to share my screen as I begin my presentation. All right, so I hope you can already see my slides. Okay, so there you go. Again, my name is Mr. Steve Moore. I'm also a lecturer at the Institute of Physical Education and Athletics at the University of Santo Tomas. I am currently teaching sports communication and sports marketing. So let me give you a preview of our best practices in the Philippines, particularly the different trends and practices in the field of sports marketing and sales. Okay, when we talk about sport marketing and sales, we're talking about the following. First of all, we're talking about the promotion of sport products, the promotion of non-sport products to sports, and the promotion of sport personalities and sport teams, and even the promotion of different sport events and leagues, with an objective of course, increasing sales in the business perspective and also increasing the brand loyalty. In the perspective of on the public relations perspective, you're talking about increasing the fan base of a particular athlete and increasing the fan base of a particular team, or should I say sport league. Now, the pandemic has brought a lot of changes, especially in the practice of sport marketing and sales. And not to mention, if there's one thing that is really constant, okay, in this industry, is that we always have to think about the sport consumer behavior. For sports consumers, the frequency, duration, and intensity of involvement in sports is also the willingness to spend money, time, energy in a pattern of sports involvement. So I think it is the role of any sport marketer to make sure that you develop ways to nurture the consumer commitment and to find creative and innovative ways to position the brand to the interests of the consumer. Another thing, to bring the sport experience closer to the fans and also to the consumers, whether it's a product that you are going to sell or whether it's the actual sport experience that you want to promote. Next is also to make sure that there will be customer engagement so that you can also understand the consumer involvement and commitment, especially in the age of digital technology, wherein a lot of our sport fans are usually engaging in social media. And in social media platform, we can normally see the different engagements, the different trends, and not to mention the involvement or the gravity of involvement of a particular sport fan. And these are very important marketing elements that a marketing professional should consider, especially in coming up with creative and innovative campaigns. And of course, you also have to consider the customer journey road, okay, wherein you need to come up with a campaign that can actually bring awareness and can somehow trigger the interest of a particular consumer to have the what do you call it? To have the interest to buy the product or the interest to join the rally for your advocacy. And of course, the call to action that is to purchase the product. And of course, at the end of the day, you also have to make sure that there will be customer retention, because selling a product in a particular campaign can be easy, but to retain customers is also another challenge, especially in coming up with a very good promotional campaign. And of course, at the end of the day, you also want to achieve an advocacy, okay, wherein your customers would be the one to promote you. And we call that in marketing the word of mouth advertising. So if the customer or the consumer is very much happy or satisfied with your service or with your product, they'll be the ones to promote your product, and they'll be selling that as well to other people. Now, as I mentioned a while ago, the pandemic brought about significant changes as far as the landscape of the different campaigns that are being made in the field of sport marketing and sales. Now, let me share to you some of the trends that we have right now. Okay, First of all, the sports industry has been a catalyst of hope, and this has been very much utilized by different sport brands. Just like, for example, during the early parts of the pandemic, the Nike brand campaign, "You Can't Stop Us," was released, okay, in order to provide hope to each and every one of us, since the pandemic really pushed us to our limits. Now, allow me to share this particular campaign to everybody. Oops.
We're never alone. And that is our strength. Because when we're doubted, we'll play as one. When we're held back, we'll go farther and harder. If we're not taken seriously, we'll prove that wrong. And if we don't fit the sport, we'll change the sport. We know things won't always go our way.
And the world's sporting events are postponed or cancelled.
But whatever it is, we'll find a way. And when things aren't fair, we'll come together for change.
We have a responsibility
to make this world a better place. And no matter how bad it gets, we will always come back stronger. Because nothing can stop what we can do together.
Okay, now in the Philippines, we had a very similar campaign, also in the same month and year, around May 2020, in commemoration of our national holiday, the Labor Day. A group of influential sports personalities, athletes, actually came up with a campaign, okay, that can somehow boost the morale of our medical frontliners in the country. So allow me to play this video.
Reach for the sky, kahit mahirap pa, kailangan lang mangarap ka. Try, subukan mo na, kahit na matapat, agad lang na bumangon ka. Life is like a roller coaster ride, kapit lang at magtiwala ka.
Nag-aalab ang puso namin sa pasalamat.
One team, Animo Frontliners.
Thank you for your courage and your sacrifice during this country's one big fight.
Always remember, you lead and we believe.
To all our mighty frontliners, you guys are the true champions.
It's an ace for the power to serve.
Kayo ang tunay na MVP.
Block negativities, kill the virus.
Isang pamilya tayo, walang iwanan.
Puso ang tunay na antidote.
Teamwork ang susi sa panalo natin.
Solid defense is needed against this pandemic attack.
Hawak kamay tayo sa tagumpay.
God will lead us to the finish line.
Laban lang hanggang dulo. Atin to.
Survive the outbreak all the way.
We will win this battle. Never say die.
take down COVID-19. You can do it.
Pilipinas, bayanihan na.
Stronger we fight. Together we fly high.
Let's knock out COVID-19.
All right. Again, this are a group of national athletes, collegiate players, and even professional players who actually join their hands just to make sure that there would be a very powerful advocacy that in the darkest times of our lives, darkest times of our generation, we can actually use the sports platform to make sure that everybody will survive the challenges of this pandemic. Because at the end of the day, aside from the medical setback that we experienced in the pandemic, we also have to consider the different emotional and mental effects of the pandemic. Next, through sports marketing, we can also strengthen brand loyalty through inclusivity. And this has been a very common practice even before the pandemic, wherein those different market segments are actually being recognized by different brands. There's a strong call for women empowerment. There's a strong call against racism. Okay, again, these are basically global issues that the sports industry is addressing through different creative and innovative brand campaigns. And also, as part of reaching to different market segments, there's a campaign made by Nike. They call it the hashtag Be Yourself campaign, in which they would also tap the other minority segments like the LGBTQ community, wherein they were given the chance to have their own sport apparel, right? And of course, with the ever-changing digital technology that we have right now, the pandemic also for us to fully embrace sports through digital technology. Even before the pandemic, we are slowly evolving into the different digital platforms. And even during the pandemic itself, most of the times, the pandemic also provided, or the digital technology or digital gadgets have actually given us the opportunity to provide our basic needs, not just those things that can somehow provide our wants, but even our needs. Now, the different digital platforms gave us the opportunity to be entertained during the pandemic, since everybody's on lockdown. It is really unsafe to go out. So the different streaming sites provided a lot of sports content. So making sure that our industry will thrive, okay, and the different areas of sports will still have relevance despite the challenges of this time. Next, shopping was also made easy through electronic commerce. Again, with the advancements of our digital technology, shopping, even at the comfort of our homes, became a normal thing, okay? And right now, as we move forward, and with the pandemic still here, so we still have to make sure that these platforms are still available to provide us with our needs. And of course, there's also social media marketing, wherein different leagues, different brands have actually utilized, especially in the time of the pandemic. So there are also sport leagues like the NBA who actually ventured into the TikTok platform just to make sure that they can really connect and communicate with different segments of their industry or their target market. And of course, through social media marketing, marketing professionals can also assess the different needs and wants of the consumers and even the sports fans. Just like in a recent survey in the Philippines, okay, last year, these are the 5 top sport topics that Filipinos are usually talking about, okay, for the year 2021. So according to the survey, at least basketball is still the most popular sport in the country, followed by combat sports, okay, and including the NBA players. Sport events, since during that time last year, we also witnessed some of the global events or global sport events that were resumed, like the Tokyo Olympics, okay, which also led to the discussion of the Olympics on the 5th spot. And of course, making use of the platform to increase your influence through social media reach. Okay, in the field of sport marketing, we call this the sports PR, wherein the different athletes, particularly the celebrity athletes, are using the platform to advance their influence, you know, and especially to raise up different advocacies. And at the end of the day, when you talk about social media, you're talking about engagement. And this can also be seen in a different successful brand campaigns. In 2017, a very famous engagement or engaging campaign was launched by Tide, okay, by Procter & Gamble during the halftime show of the Super Bowl. And we call this the Brad's Show Stain, okay, wherein one of the commentators was seen delivering the halftime analysis of the Super Bowl, and then they saw that there's a particular stain in his shirt, no? Only to find out this is part of the bigger campaign of the brand, and people started talking about it. And the big reveal was at the end of the campaign, they made use of the brand, you know, to remove that stain. Okay, so there was a global exposure for the brand. Now in the Philippines last year, or during the time of the heightened or the very strict implementation of our lockdown, wherein people were not really allowed to go out. Okay, so there are a lot of normal things that we normally do. It was very restricted in the country, and one of the famous brands that we have in the Philippines, that is actually Milo by Nestle. They actually created a series of virtual events because before the pandemic, they would normally conduct sports clinics every year. Now, when the pandemic happened, they actually used the online platform to conduct virtual sports clinics. And they call this campaign the Milo Home Court campaign, wherein they partnered with different sports organizations. And not to mention, they also partnered with our government sports commission. Okay, so during this campaign, they made use of different social media platforms to advance their sports clinics, and they actually targeted the youth, okay, the young generation, since education also stopped, okay, and people were still struggling with the online education during that time. So the kids have nothing to do. All right, so in order for them to be kept busy, this virtual campaigns or virtual career clinics and sports clinics were actually conducted by the brand. And they also collaborated with their sports ambassadors, including the influential national athletes that we have in the Philippines. Just like this one, Eliza Valdez. Eliza Valdez is actually our the most influential volleyball player that we have in the country. So when you enroll in this sports clinic, okay, you can actually access different tutorial videos conducted by famous national athletes. And also to target their secondary target market, and that would be the parents of these kids, they also conducted free webinars on how to basically help their kids cope up with the new normal. Okay. Next is appreciating the sport experience in digital realities. No? This is actually the future of sports marketing, not just in our countries, but I guess globally. Now, this is an example of an AR virtual experience that was actually conducted by Coca-Cola last 2018 in the FIFA World Cup. So allow me to play this video.
Oh, what a feeling. Look what we've overcome. Oh, I'm gonna wave my flag. Look how far we come now, 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 now. There's beauty in the unity we found. I'm ready. We've still got a long way, but look how far we come now, 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 now. Hands up for your colors.
Oltre un confine non c'è fragilità, è forza che vola all'aldilà.
Mir sie alle gleich, da ist keine Differenz. Egal von wo du bist, es macht keine Differenz. Wir warten bis es alle sehen.
Saying, oh, can't you taste the feeling? Saying, oh, we all together singing. Look how far we come now, 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 now. There's beauty in the unity we found. I'm ready. We've still got a long way, but look how far we come now, 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 now.
Zeig mir deine Farbe. Let's share this feeling. Show your true colors.
Okay, with this kind of campaign, the ultimate goal is to basically bring the ultimate fan experience directly to the sport fans, with the use, of course, of our digital technology. Next, in the Philippines, we do a lot of collaborations with different brands. No? Just like right now, with the resumption of our collegiate tournaments or collegiate sport tournaments like the UAAP or the University Athletics Association of the Philippines, that particular sport league actually partnered with 7-Eleven and Gatorade. And they actually created a campaign, a co-branding campaign, wherein they actually created several personalized cups that would promote the different participating universities of the tournament. And in this way, they can actually promote not just the brands, but even the sports tournament itself. And also, when you talk about personalization in sport marketing, you're also talking about personalizing the experience again to your target audience. Now, in the latest trend that we have right now, particularly in the field of fashion, there's such a thing as athleisure. Okay, so this is like coming up with a fashion statement wherein sport apparel brands would be the new fashion thing or the new fashion trend that we can actually use moving forward even after the pandemic. So in the Philippines, most of our local sport apparel brands adapted to this fashion trend. And they actually created a lot of sport apparel line that our consumers can use as part of their daily fashion trend. Next, we also have the adaptation of the different brands to the latest design trends in brand packaging in order for them to bring an innovative approach as far as branding is concerned. And of course, the application of real-time marketing. In the Philippines last year, it was a very memorable Olympic experience for everybody, because for the first time, we actually got our first gold medal in the Olympics, courtesy of our weightlifting champion, Miss Heidelin Diaz. And also that year, aside from getting our first gold medal, we also have a lot of national athletes who actually captured a lot of silver and bronze medals, no, in the 2021 Tokyo Olympics. Now, during that time, a lot of our local brands actually took advantage of this real-time marketing strategy. Well, when you talk about real-time marketing, it is the ability to promote your brand and to position it quickly to current events and trends. And it's all about seizing the moment to communicate with your consumers and produce relevant and engaging content. So it's all about not just promoting your brand, but bringing your brand closer also to the latest current trends or current events in sports. Like for example, one of our silver medalists, okay, last year, her real name is actually Nesty, okay? So her name is actually synonymous to the brand, Nesty, okay, or the Nesty Iced Tea. So Nesty Iced Tea actually congratulated her in one of their campaigns, and they even gave her a lot of brand privileges, you know, for taking home the silver medal in the boxing event. And of course, our gold medalist, Miss Heidelin Diaz, actually received a lot of honors, okay, a lot of should I say freebies, giveaways from different local brands in the Philippines. Like for example, our national plane carrier, the Philippine Airlines, actually granted her a lifetime privilege, okay, of traveling anywhere for free, okay, as part of their own way of glorifying her victory in the Olympics. And of course, our school, De La Salle College of St. Benilde, also gave a scholarship, okay, to immortalize the name of Miss Heidelin Diaz, since Miss Diaz is actually our student as well in that particular school. So as part of our honor, or to give honor to her, we actually name a scholarship for athletes on her behalf. And again, this is also part of real-time marketing. Next is prioritizing the untapped sports. This is also the reason why last 2019, during the hosting of the Philippines in the SEA Games, we actually included the esports event, okay, as part of the list of the sporting events during that time, because we actually saw the audience growth or the growth of that particular untapped sport. Okay, and we have here some data, okay, that can actually give us a projection on the development of this sport, at least for the past 5 years. Okay, and even in the Philippines, we have our own national team, okay, for the esports event. So this is also a perfect opportunity for brands, okay, to position themselves, no? Okay, also in the Philippines, we also have the pickleball sport. Our university, the University of Santo Tomas, actually organized the Philippine Pickleball Summit last year, and we invited not just local but even international speakers, professionals in the pickleball sport, to conduct trainings and at least give some tips on how pickleball actually evolved, you know, from a simple sport to a globally recognized sport. And this particular sport is somehow not much popular, especially in the Philippines. So again, we can see the growth and development of this sport by promoting it. And of course, the global exposure of sports. This can also be a very good opportunity for different brands to position, their products. So like again, in our hosting last 2019, we had a very good promotional campaign, okay, when it comes to our hosting. Okay, we even come up with our slogan, the "We Win as One" slogan, in which it was very effective during that time, most especially in uniting all Filipinos to support our national team. Okay, and even all our local brands actually participated, in the promotion of our event, or the hosting of our event. Because at the end of the day, the goal here is to unite Filipinos, to promote the different sports, and at the same time, of course, represent the country in this very prestigious sporting tournament. Okay. Now, let me also take this opportunity as we move forward, since the country, or the Philippines, will be hosting the FIBA World Cup this coming 2023. Okay, and as I always teach to my students, whenever there's a global tournament, in the field of sports, this opens a lot of opportunities, not just for the athletes to be the official ambassador of the sport, but also for different brands. And even during the time of the pandemic, in the Tokyo Olympics 2020, there are a lot of brands who actually release their advertisements, or showed their sponsorship through the Olympics. Now, allow me to share one of the creative campaign proposals of one of our students in the university. This is actually one of the academic requirements, okay, that we would normally require our students in the Bachelor of Physical Education and Sport Management program. So we actually gave them the privilege to create an innovative and creative campaign wherein they would have to position the brand to a particular sporting event. So I hope you'll enjoy this one. Okay, so aside from that, we also have here another creative output of our students. This time, a particular food brand, okay, Bonchon Philippines, or Bonchon Chicken, was actually assigned to them, and they need to come up with a creative sport marketing campaign, okay, in order to position the brand and make it relevant in the field of sports. So allow me to play this video.
Bagong umaga, buksan ang iyong mga mata, nakaabang ang tadhana. Simulan mo na ulit maghanda, tayo pa rin magkasama. May panibagong simula, di nawalan ng gana, buo pa rin ang pag-asa. Ito na naman, laban na naman, nakalimutan na yung pagod ng nakaraan. Kasi nakalaan ang pusong palaban, sa lahat ng nangarap makaangat. sa kahapon, babangon, ano man ang hamon, gano'n man kataas sa lubong na aron. Ganun pa rin, lalaban pa rin, Gilas Pilipinas, walang imposible. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang laban, sige lang sige. Hanggang pangarap makamtan, hindi tayo titigil. Sabay-sabay na hahakbang, patungong tagumpay, sama-sama sa tagumpay. Sige lang sige, sige lang sige. Keep on, yo. Wide awake, new beginnings. I believe the world is ready for the new edition. Stronger, faster, with a little more fire. Are you ready to take this higher? Locked in, loaded, ready for battle. We've been steady grinding, now the limits we shattered. Cause we've been outplayed but never felt defeated. We've been outscored but we never stop believing. Cause I know that one day our time will come. So we just keep pushing till the victory's won. So here's another chance, greatness at hand. Ready for whatever, give it all, that's the plan. The dream is bigger than me, for all to see. 100 million and more will agree. The world awaits, prepare the confetti. United, ignited, we shine. Walang imposible. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang laban, sige lang sige. Hanggang pangarap makamtan, hindi tayo titigil.
Okay. Aside from the effects of the pandemic, no, in the corporate practice of sports marketing and sales, in the perspective of the academe, it also provided a challenge, especially to educators like me, especially in teaching sport marketing and sales to my students. You need to develop them really well. You need to instill discipline, and not to mention, you have to really challenge them well. Challenge in the sense that they need to be really creative. They need to really find ways to produce a creative output despite the limitations of the online academic setup. But in our university, I am proud to say that coming up with these creative campaigns have worked for us. No? We have a very solid training program for our students. And it also brought out the best on each and every one of us, no? Especially as educators. Because we also need to utilize our different digital resources in order for us to make sure that our students, despite the setback of the pandemic, can still produce the same creative results, no, that this particular subject is requiring them. And most especially, this particular industry would require from them as they step out from the comforts of our university. Okay. And of course, sports marketing can also be attributed to the rising opportunities in sports tourism. In the Philippines, we would normally conduct beach volleyball tournaments. And even our university, we have a very good beach volleyball sports program. And in one way, we are hitting two birds in one stone. Aside from promoting the sport, we are also promoting the different tourism spots in the country. Okay, and just like recently, we actually hosted an international beach volleyball tournament in one of our famous islands, no, the Boracay Island. And aside from conducting the international tournament there, it is also the perfect opportunity for our tourism to recover from the effects of the pandemic, since most of our guests or our visitors would also stay after the tournament, okay, and they would see the beauty of our country, particularly our tourist spots. So moving forward, as part of the evolving sport marketing industry, it is also very important to include other areas of your country. It's like tourism. No? Since when you are promoting your own country, and you're also promoting the image itself, okay, the image of the country and even the image of the sport that you are hosting. And lastly, when you talk about sport marketing, whether it's before the pandemic, or during the pandemic, or even moving forward, it's all about providing excellent customer service to your consumers. No? For me, it is still the best form of sports public relations. Because at the end of the day, Yes, you are creating innovative campaigns to attract your consumers or to even increase your fan base. But nothing beats the satisfaction, okay? Nothing beats the experience, or nothing will beat if your consumers would actually realize, that they're being valued. And a satisfied customer is still the best business strategy of all. As I end my presentation, let me leave two quotable quotes. One from Beth Comstock: "Be where the world is going." Again, the pandemic has really pushed us to our limits. And even before the pandemic, there are a lot of developments in the digital technology that would help us adapt to the changing times. But because of this pandemic situation, we were given with no choice but to actually utilize what we have. So moving forward, it would be very easy for us to adapt to these changes if we are really open to these changes. We must not resist change. Okay, and at the end of the day, let's not wait for unfortunate incidents like a global pandemic to force us to change. If we can still control our destiny, we can still control our initiatives, then we have to adapt. And then good marketing makes the company look smart, but great marketing makes the customer feel smart. I always teach my students to always consider the fans, always consider the consumers. Okay, you don't promote a product just because of sales, but you promote the product because you firmly believe that a particular product can make a difference. And at the end of the day, if a satisfied customer will appreciate the value of your product or the value of your brand, then with that, you can finally achieve relevance. And once you achieve relevance, the sales will come in. It will definitely come in. So in this particular field, always think about the customer more than anything else. And with that, I would like to formally end my presentation. Again, on behalf of our university, the University of Santo Tomas, thank you so much to all the organizers. And I hope that you learned something from this short presentation. Thank you so much.
Speaker.
Thank you so much, Sir Steve. I know that it's your birthday today, and even though it's
Thank
your
you for the birthday
you're
greeting.
with us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A well-organized and informative discussion, sir. To show our sincerest appreciation, please accept this small token of appreciation. Let me read the citation. International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with Sport Management Association of Thailand. Present this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Steve Michael Moore Jr. for his commendable service render as resource speaker that led to the success of the event. International Webinar on Sports Management in the Post-COVID-19 Era, a look to the changes in the field. Organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports, IAPS, Incorporated in collaboration with Sport Management Association of Thailand. Given this 9th day of April 2022, via Zoom platform. Signed by Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argaran, the President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Julson M. Santos, the Chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, and Associate Professor Dr. Wanchali Noraiya, the President of Sport Management Association of Thailand. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
To give us the valedictory address, may we call on one of the member, International Board of Directors, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated and Principal of YMCA College of Physical Education Dr. George Abraham. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Respected Professor Dr. Vanchali Noria, President of Sports Management Association of Thailand, Dr. Chan Nirakum, Vice President of Sports Management Association of Thailand, Professor Dr. Jesus D. Aaron, President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Dr. Jefferson Santos, Chairman of International Association, and Professor Dr. Kishore Mukherjee, and other resource persons, delegates, and friends present afternoon and evening to everyone. Today we have many good delegations to this international conference. We know very well during this pandemic situation, nobody knows what will happen tomorrow. Only that's what is going on. In this present situation, I would like to appreciate the organizers, especially the president, Dr. Edwin and the chairman, Dr. Jefferson Santos, for their great effort to organize such a wonderful and informative international conference through this online platform. You know, I can say this is the post-COVID negative era. I don't believe because even we are in the dilemma. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Somebody said about COVID-19 next version or Omicron second phase or other type of coronavirus that will come at any time and that will attack us at any time. So anyhow, we have to plan even though this pandemic or post-pandemic period. We have to work on this for the development of our profession. So I would like to congratulate the entire team of this program for choosing the right topic for the business scenario. Sports management in the post-COVID-19 era and looking to changes in the field. This is a apt strategy for the business scenario. Moreover, it's a need of the art. But because we are all in a dilemma because of COVID-19. We don't know what will happen tomorrow for the field of sports. Anyhow, we have four good and nice and informative deliberations we have. And they have explained very clearly about sports management and how we can about fund for sports infrastructure, what we have to buy out of another fund for sophisticated machineries to improve our performance. And they have explained very clearly about their country's development fund for the development of sport. And they really explained about the institutions of their country, their nations, how they are planning to about fund for the development of physical education and sport. How much they can afford. In India, since I am from India, we are also allowed some fund for next international competitions like Asian Games as well as Olympics. And we are all looking for the performance of the program. So anyhow, we are not satisfied. Some countries are especially for countries are not insufficient fund for physical education. The same scenario is happening in India. We are not satisfied. Development fund which are given by the central government of India for the development of physical education and sport. Without sport, without physical education, we cannot survive. That is what told by many studies as well as many resource speakers. Apart from the government fund, apart from the management of for this fund, we have to think about how we can do this performance of the sport. That is also very important for the present scenario. We also think about all these matters. Anyhow, fortunately, we have 4 good deliberations made by Professor Isaac Kuchikara and Dr. Anto H. Professor Dr. Jerome A. Porter and Mr. Steve Michael N. Moore Jr. They have clearly explained how we can allocate fund, what items we have to buy, how to allocate fund to the development of physical education and sport, especially we know as a fraternity of physical education, we know very well. Without proper allotment, we cannot improve our infrastructure facilities. Without infrastructure facilities, we cannot improve our sports performance. Moreover, my dear friends, the sports management is one of the core subjects in the present scenario. Majority of the sports persons choose sports management because without management, we cannot manage anything in the present world. So, management play a vital role to improve not only infrastructure, to improve performance even. So, anyhow, we have 4 good delegations, and once again, I congratulate the organizers for organizing such a wonderful and informative for us. It was very informative as well as thought-provoking and brainstorming. Moreover, I express my sincere gratitude to the all organizing members, especially those chairman of International Association of Sports Incorporated for inviting and giving us the opportunity as a valued speaker and allowing me to share my views and ideas about sports management to this gathering. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, sir.
To give the concluding speech, may we call on the Vice President, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Dr. T.J. Panganiban. Good afternoon, sir.
To the Chairman of the IAPES, Dr. G. Wilson Santos, to the President of Sport Management Association of Thailand, Associate Professor Dr. Wanchalin Noria, to our Chief Advisor, Associate Professor Dr. Kishore Mukapajay, to the President of the IAPES, Dr. Jesus D. Argarin, to our Assistant Secretary, Dr. Gina Astillero, to our Head for Membership, Ms. Prudence Palon, to our Head for Public Relations, Sir Vincent Rabang Jr., and of course to our respected guests and participants. Good day to all of us. It's an honor for me to have an opportunity to give a concluding address in this well-timed and productive webinar. So, in this webinar on sports management in the post-COVID era, COVID-19 era, with the theme a look to changes in the field, I believe that our participants had enjoyed and appreciated these technical sessions, not only because we have great resource speakers, but because of the different topics presented to us by them. So these sessions are very helpful to our athletes, to our coaches, trainers, and to our sports administrators. Also, knowing our resource speakers, I also believe that they delivered excellent presentations and active discussions. So I can conclude that the purpose of these technical sessions or webinar has been completely accomplished. So I would like to pay my deep respect to all the participants for your positive participation in this event I hope that what you have learned through these technical sessions will help you a lot in your duties and responsibilities as promoter of health and wellness and as sports enthusiast. So on behalf of the IAPS, I would like to express my appreciation to our resource speakers, Assistant Professor Dr. Isadi Kotintara, Dr. Om Toaj, Associate Professor Dr. Jerome A. Porto, and Mr. Steve Michael M. Moore Jr. Thank you so much for the great inputs. And I must not forget to thank the organizing teams of the IAPES and the Sport Management Association of Thailand for working hard to make this collaboration successful. And of course, to our chairman, thank you, Dr. G. Wilson, for all of this. And lastly, thank you to our Almighty God for continuously guiding us in the conduct of webinars. Once again, thank you everyone for making this a great success. Hope to see you again in our future events. God bless.
To congratulate our dignitaries, guest, resource speakers, and virtual participants, may we call on the head for public relation, linkages, and partnership, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Mr. Vicente Robang Jr. Good afternoon, sir.
It is my joy to present a vote of gratitude on behalf of IAPS and Sports Management Association of Thailand. My heart overflows with thanks and admiration for our distinguished guest speakers for not only spare their valuable time to grace this occasion, but also for enlightening us with their excellent presentation. To Associate Professor Dr. Kotentara, a lecturer from Kasitsart University. Thank you, sir. Dr. Oam Tuaj, a lecturer from Mahidol University. Assistant Professor Dr. Jerome A. Porto, Chairperson, Department of BPE Sports and Wellness Management Program from the University of Santo Tomas. To Sir Steve Michael M. Moore, a lecturer also from the University of Santo Tomas. Thank you everyone for clarifying our notions in broadening our grasp of sports management. You have truly put in your best efforts to make this an event to remember. My heartfelt gratitude goes out also to our esteemed delegates for accepting and our invitations in attending this event. We would not have been able to achieve our goals without your participation in this sports management webinar. Without a dedicated leader, no event, conference, or functions can take shape. To Dr. Santos, our chairperson, who really dedicated and enthusiastic. And it was because of his dedication and excitement that we were be able to achieve our goals today. Also to our IAPS Chief Advisor, Dr. Kishore Mukhapadhayay, who always there to guide us in many ways. And to my co-officers, to Dr. Jesus Agarin, our President, to Dr. TJ Panganiban, Vice President, to Dr. Gina Tugadi Astillero, Assistant Secretary, and Ms. Prudence Palon, Head of Membership. And last but not the least, no other than Dr. Noria, the President of the Sports Management Association of Thailand. Thank you for being the backbone of this webinar. You went above and above to make this webinar a reality, working tirelessly under the direction of the organizing chairman, Dr. Santos, and Chief Advisor, Dr. Kishore Mukhapadhayay. Again, thank you so much everyone and congratulations. If I missed somebody, please accept my heartfelt apologies. Thank you and good afternoon once again.